Chapter 2236. Of course, here I still have some technology spies, so I can still understand what is happening around here. Sun Sikong said, I'm afraid you're going to say goodbye this time, right? Yes, we're going back to hand in the mission, and then we will part ways. Yang Ming said with a wry smile, Ye, and it may have to go back to their original planet with you. And after I deal with Dr. Benjamin of Central, I will leave and live in seclusion in Island X. Dealing with Dr. Benjamin of Central. Are you confident? Sun Sikong asked with a serious expression. Not yet, but I inherited Elder Yu's incomplete version of the Vajragu and merged it with the previous complete version of the Vajragu. Now, I'm invulnerable. I should be able to challenge Central and Dr. Benjamin. Yang Ming pondered and said, Yes. Sun Sikong nodded and said, Your current physical condition is indeed able to challenge Central and Dr. Benjamin. But if you want to win against them, I can't say for sure. I don't know if you have an absolute chance of winning. Do they still have any trump cards? Yang Ming heard Dr. Sun Sikong's implied meaning. I don't know if they have any trump cards, but I think everyone should have a certain trump card, so they won't show their full strength. Sun Sikong said, Just like you, when facing the enemy, unless it is absolutely necessary, you won't show your trump cards to the enemy easily. That's right. Yang Ming nodded slowly. Dr. Sun, what is the main method that the Center and Dr. Benjamin are relying on? According to my investigation, those Iron Men are only the most basic methods. These Iron Men are not their ultimate trump cards. Dr. Sun Sikong said, Iron Men, for most ordinary people, may seem invincible, but in this world, there's a kind of people called cultivators. In the eyes of cultivators, these Iron Men are nothing at all. Cultivator? Yang Ming was slightly stunned. He was a little surprised to hear this name. But after hearing this name, Feng Tianlong's expression changed. He must know some inside information. Feng Tianlong, you've heard of cultivators too? Sun Sikong caught Feng Tianlong's expression and asked, To be honest, Dr. Sun, my family is a cultivator family. Feng Tianlong said with a bitter smile. Oh, your family is a cultivator family? Sun Sikong heard Feng Tianlong's words and was surprised. I see. No wonder you know about cultivators. Yes, but it's a pity I'm not good enough and couldn't stay in the family to continue cultivating. Otherwise, I'm afraid in the battle with Elder Yu. Tianlong sighed. If I could cultivate to the extreme, Elder Yu wouldn't be my opponent. Extreme? What do you think is the extreme? Sun Sikong asked. Heaven Stage. Feng Tianlong. Heaven Stage, he. Sun Sikong smiled indifferently. He looked at Lin Dongfang, then looked at Yang Ming and said, Heaven Stage Master, with Lin Dongfang's strength, he can kill him in seconds. What? After Feng Tianlong heard Sun Sikong's words, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. In his eyes, those incomparably powerful Heaven Realm Masters could actually be instantly killed by Lin Dongfang. If you think that Heaven Stage Masters are the strongest, then you are very wrong. Sun Sikong waved his hand. Yi Zi's father is also a cultivator, but his cultivation method is a bit special. Heaven Stage. Forget it. Let's not talk about these things. After all, I haven't studied much about cultivators. What I study is science. Yang Ming and Feng Tianlong wanted to hear Sun Sikong's opinion on Heaven Stage and cultivators, but they didn't expect Sun Sikong to change the topic to science. Haha, don't underestimate science. In my opinion, studying science thoroughly is more powerful than cultivating. Sun Sikong smiled. Everyone's pursuit is different. Cultivating can make one immortal and have extreme strength, but science can also achieve these things. Then, can we still cultivate? Yang Ming heard about cultivation and couldn't help but be a bit moved. Yang Ming's path has always been the path of the strong. So, if there was a chance to become stronger, Yang Ming naturally wouldn't let it go. I haven't studied much about the cultivation world here, but one thing is for sure, there aren't any high-quality pills. At your age, if you want to cultivate, there's basically no hope. Sun Sikong didn't hold back and attacked Yang Ming and the others. Is that so? Yang Ming suddenly laughed and cried. What Dr. Sun said is right. Feng Tianlong also nodded and said, In order to escape the marriage, I left the family very early. Although I have been cultivating the family's mantra, without spiritual medicine and some sufficient heaven and earth aura, I am now a yellow stage master. Yes, let's take Liu Yezi as an example. Mr. Liu had been separated from him for a period of time. When Mr. Liu met him again, he had already passed the best age for cultivation. Sun Sikong said, "Of course, the mantra that Mr. Liu left behind is quite special. It is more special than other mantras. One must start from birth to build the foundation and temper the body before they can cultivate all the way to the Tao. If you miss this best opportunity, even if you take 10,000 spiritual medicines, you can't cultivate." So that's how it is. Yang Ming suddenly understood. No wonder Liu Yezi didn't have anything special. Then, is there no other mantra that can be cultivated? Those powerful ones can't. But what about the less powerful ones? And the Mr. Liu mentioned by Dr. Sun Sikong was probably Liu Yezi's father. Mr. Liu doesn't have many cultivation mantras in his hands. One is a mantra that is only suitable for him to cultivate. This is also extremely powerful, but this mantra is only suitable for his own physique. When Mr. Liu was young, he encountered some rare opportunities and coincidences. There is no reference, so his mantra can't be used for others to cultivate. Sun Sikong said, but in his hands, there is a kind of cultivation method that can let the newborn begin to cultivate after birth. However, according to the current richness of the world's spiritual energy, it is absolutely impossible to cultivate it successfully. And the direction of my research over the years is how to find a way to replace the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to cultivate. Chapter 22:37. This can be replaced? Liu Yezi said with some surprise. It should be possible. Sun Sikong smiled slightly and said, "Science is omnipotent." Although Sun Sikong's words seemed to be very arrogant, Yang Ming deeply believed it. Whether it was the technological products shown by Sun Sikong or Yang Ming's own glasses, all of them were the crystallization of technology. So when Sun Sikong said that science was omnipotent, Yang Ming also agreed. However, Grandpa Sun, what we are concerned about now is, what exactly is a cultivator? Since it is so powerful, can we cultivate? Yang Ming was interested in cultivators all of a sudden. After all, those who stood at the height of Yang Ming could make themselves stronger. No matter what, there were benefits. As for cultivators, I think Feng Tianlong may know more than me. Let him tell you. Sun Sikong said, "Okay, since the mission is over and we have nothing to do, I will tell everyone." Feng Tianlong nodded and then slowly said, "In this world, in addition to some ordinary warriors, there are some particularly powerful warriors called cultivators. The so-called cultivators are divided into internal cultivators and external cultivators. Internal cultivators absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and transform it into their own true chi to improve their strength level. This kind of cultivator's strength is slightly higher than external cultivators of the same level. Physical practitioners, on the other hand, constantly temper their own bodies to achieve the goal of cultivation. These practitioners can't absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth as their own, but when fighting, they can use their bodies to mobilize the spiritual chi of heaven and earth around them. However, they mainly rely on the strength of their own bodies to fight against the enemy. Oh, external cultivators. Why does it sound a bit like the Herculean worm and the Jin Gang worm? Yang Ming listened to Feng Tianlong's description and asked with some surprise. Yes, the effect of the Herculean worm and the Jin Gang worm is similar to the effect of some external cultivators who have cultivated to the extreme. Feng Tianlong nodded and said, "External experts, there are a few sects called Golden Bell Sect, Irony Sect, Godly Fist Palace. These are the more famous sects in external cultivation. The external cultivation of Golden Bell Sect and Irony Sect is similar to Golden Bell Shield and Iron Shirt. Of course, Irony Sect is more powerful, and Golden Bell Sect is just a small sect. But when they cultivate to the extreme, they should be able to achieve the same effect as the Jin Gang worm. but it is definitely much worse than the fusion version of the Jin Gang Gu. No matter how strong they can't be hit by meteorites. But boss, you shouldn't be afraid. That is to say, any attack on you is basically useless. Oh, according to what you're saying, I'm now considered an accomplished physical practitioner? Yang Ming was shocked when he heard Feng Tianlong's words. Even more powerful than a cultivator. As far as I know, there are almost no cultivators in this world who can hurt you. Feng Tianlong said, in fact, those who have mastered Golden Bell Shield and Iron Shirt can already do whatever they want in the cultivation world. As long as they don't meet the masters of Godly Fist Palace, they won't be in any danger. But boss, if you meet the masters of Godly Fist Palace, if they want to attack you, they will only humiliate themselves. Godly Fist Palace? What is that? Yang Ming asked. The so-called Holy Fist Palace is also a powerful sect. This sect majored in powerful offensive skills. Their fists have the power to split mountains and seas. In my opinion, the great achievement is almost the same as the effect of Mr. Lin's Herculean venomous insect. When the Godly Fist Palace's Kung Fu is cultivated to the extreme, it is a nightmare for all cultivators. Wherever the fist goes, it will be destroyed. Feng Tianlong said, but this Godly Fist Palace disciple, as far as I know, has not cultivated to the extreme because it is too difficult. Of course, there are some small sects that cultivate similar Iron Hand techniques. When they cultivate to the extreme, they have the possibility of being invincible. It is just that no one has cultivated to the extreme. So that's how it is. So, Lin Dongfang and I are considered masters among the cultivators? Yang Ming said in surprise. Yes, not only you, Liu Yezi is also like this. He has also taken the Jin Gang worm and can be considered as a cultivator of Iron Shirt and Golden Bell Shield. The three of you, if placed at the top of the world of cultivators, are also the top existences. Feng Tianlong said, now you should be called a cultivator of the external style, and you're all cultivators, but there is some element of opportunism. Opportunism, sweat. Yang Ming was suddenly a little embarrassed. But why haven't I heard of cultivators before? Because, boss, you have not had any interaction with them. You have not heard of them, but at Captain Xia's level, you must have heard of them and come into contact with them. But they only come into contact with some of the lowest level cultivation families. Even the hidden cultivation families are unlikely to come into contact with them. Feng Tianlong said, these cultivators are focused on cultivation and rarely go out to cause trouble. And one level of checks and balances, unless this balance is broken. One level of checks and balances? Yang Ming didn't understand, so he asked. According to the cultivator's strength, these cultivators can be divided into normal cultivation families, which are the lowest level of cultivators. Above them are the hidden cultivation families and sects, and this level of power is the middle level of power. Above them are the ancient cultivation sects and ancient cultivation families, and these levels of power are also stronger than the previous level. So, as long as there is not a sudden break in one level of power, then there won't be a cultivator from another level who is too active. This will make the upper level unable to take it and give them some punishment. Feng Tianlong said, of course, the most unruly ones are the lowest level cultivation families. Because these families have some businesses in the secular world, it is inevitable that there will be some conflicts. So, this level of power is also controlled by us, the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. In our Supernatural Investigation Bureau, there are actually many experts such as you, Yi, and I. Of course, there are some in other departments as well. Their strength is equivalent to the Golden class and even the Mystic class, which is enough to control the cultivation families. As for the hidden cultivation families and sects, because they have a close relationship with the ancient cultivation families and sects, as long as the experts from the ancient cultivation families and sects don't die en masse, the hidden cultivation families and sects won't dare to be too rash. Chapter 2238. That's because the ancient sects hated it when practitioners casually stepped into the secular world. So, once the hidden sects and families casually let their masters enter the secular world, the ancient sects and families wouldn't just sit and watch. They would definitely teach them a lesson. So that's the case. But by the way, what do these yellow rank and heaven rank mean? Yang Ming nodded and continued to ask. The golden and sky classes are a unified division of a practitioner's strength. Feng Tianlong continued. The strength of a practitioner from high to low can be divided into sky, earth, mystic, and yellow classes. And within each class, there are also some smaller classes. For example, golden class practitioners are divided into early stage, peak early stage, mid stage, peak mid stage, late stage, peak 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 late stage. It's the same for the other classes. Right now, I'm only at the early stage of the golden class, but Liu Yezi and Mr. Lin should be at the peak of the sky class. As for you, boss, you can't be described as sky class anymore. You've already surpassed that level. But, in reality, we're all unranked masters because your strength wasn't obtained step by step, but by chance. Speaking of which, we're quite lucky. Yang Ming sighed and smiled bitterly. So you're saying that with our current strength, we're invincible against those practitioners. That should be the case, but it's hard to say. Feng Tianlong said, there's nothing absolute in this world. From what I know, the strongest in the world of practitioners are the masters of both inner and outer strength. You're already at the peak of the outer strength. If you can supplement your inner strength with inner strength, you'll be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Inner strength. But inner strength, don't you need incantations? Where are we going to get incantations? Yang Ming shook his head. Didn't Grandpa's son just say that he didn't have any powerful inner strength incantations? I'm just giving a suggestion. I do have an inner strength incantation, but I can't teach it to you. It's not that I'm not willing to teach it to you, but I've already betrayed my family. If I teach it to others, I'll be betraying my family. Feng Tianlong said, there are some things that I can't do. I don't want to keep making mistakes. I understand. Yang Ming smiled. Your incantation belongs to your family, of course. We won't force you to teach it to us. But what I want to know is, with our current strength, we're already at the peak of practitioners. Why do we still need to practice inner strength incantations? There's no other reason. It's because of a legend. Feng Tianlong's expression turned serious as he said, legend says that there's an even higher realm above heaven rank. No one knows what this realm is, but it's passed down from generation to generation. It's called the Path of Heaven, and it's said that inner and outer strength incantations are a way to break through heaven rank and enter the Path of Heaven. Of course, I'm not too sure if it's true because my knowledge is limited. It turns out that there is a higher and more powerful realm above heaven rank. Yang Ming nodded. No wonder, that's right. And when an inner strength expert reaches heaven rank, they'll be able to extend their lifespan and maintain their youthful appearance. But when it comes to outer strength experts, although they can also extend their lifespan and maintain their youthful appearance, they're much weaker than inner strength experts. Feng Tianlong said, but boss, you have the heart voodoo, so you don't have to worry about this. Yang Ming nodded. The heart voodoo was also a spiritual medicine that could extend one's lifespan and maintain one's youthful appearance. So, Yang Ming didn't have to worry about his and his wise appearance and lifespan. But when Feng Tianlong mentioned inner and outer strength incantations, Yang Ming had some thoughts. The strong all want to become stronger. Yang Ming was the same. If he could become stronger, then he'd be able to face stronger enemies in the future. Yang Ming, if you're only hoping to cultivate an inner strength technique to assist, then I have some here. At this time, Mo Conwen opened his mouth and said, Master also has some of these mantras, but their main effect is to strengthen the body and prolong life. Many of Master's parents and friends practice this kind of internal mantra. Oh, Mr. Mo, you have it? Yang Ming was slightly surprised. Yes, this kind of inner strength technique is easier to cultivate. It's not very difficult, but it can increase one's strength. But when it's used against an enemy, It's much weaker than those incantations used in actual combat. Mo Kongwon said, but you already have strong outer strength, so you can cultivate this kind of incantation. You can use it to assist, not to fight. That's great. Yang Ming was overjoyed after hearing Mo Kongwon's words. This kind of inner strength technique can be cultivated to heaven rank. Of course, Mo Kongwon nodded, but if you only cultivate this kind of inner strength technique to heaven rank without the support of outer strength, then your actual combat ability might not even be as good as a golden rank master. It doesn't matter. Yang Ming shook his head and said, then can this kind of incantation be used to break through to heaven rank? I'm not sure, because I haven't tested it yet. Mo Kongwon smiled bitterly. Old master strength is the same as yours, belonging to the unranked master. Because of his special circumstances, there's no reference or replication like you. All right, but no matter if it works or not, Yang Ming is very grateful that Mr. Mo is willing to provide this kind of incantation. Yang Ming was speaking from the bottom of his heart. Today, he learned a lot here. It turns out that there's always someone better than you. Although Elder You is strong, in this world, there were many people who were as strong as Elder You. Of course, although Yang Ming could be said to be on par with him now, no one could guarantee that there weren't more powerful enemies above heaven rank that Feng Tianlong mentioned. If there weren't, that would be good. But if there were, Yang Ming had to be prepared in advance. As the saying goes, it's never too old to learn. Even if he was going to live in seclusion in X Island in the future, Yang Ming didn't want to slack off in improving his strength. He had to maintain a motivated heart. This was the only way to be a qualified warrior. No need to thank me. Your little master's friend. These things aren't important. I'll give them to you with both hands. Mo Kongwon smiled slightly and said. Chapter 2239. If that's the case, then I won't be unreasonable. Yezi, thank you. Yang Ming patted Lu Yezi's shoulder. Boss, you're treating me like an outsider. Lu Yezi said solemnly. Once a boss, always a boss. You'll always be my boss. Although I'm leaving, I'm looking forward to the day when we can still fight side by side. Good. Yang Ming nodded. Facing Lu Yezi's lofty words, he also said seriously, I'm also looking forward to that day. About the matter of the cultivators, I'll explain it to you. However, from my observation, if we don't provoke them, they won't provoke us either. Feng Tianlong said, and with the strength of Boss, Yezi, and Mr. Lin, there's no need to be afraid of anyone. To put it bluntly, with the strength of the three of you, even if you go to the cultivation world, although Feng Tianlong didn't continue, his meaning was very clear. If anyone knew the strength of this combination, no one would not take the initiative to provoke them. Unless they had a lot of hatred, they would provoke this terrifying combination of three people. That's true. These things are just interesting for us to listen to. Since they're all hiding and not coming out, we have no interaction at all. Yang Ming said, the current matter is how to deal with Dr. Benjamin. Yes, back to the topic. The topic of the cultivators is over. Let's continue to talk about Dr. Benjamin and the sinner. Sun Sikong said, Dr. Benjamin's steel men are just a small matter. His final trump card. I think it should be the biohumans. Biohumans? Yang Ming heard Dr. Sun Sikong's words and suddenly frowned. That's right, it's the biohumans. Sun Sikong nodded and said, if there are biohumans, then the strength of these biohumans is probably several times that of these steel men, and it's difficult to kill them. With my current strength, I'm not a match for those biohumans. Yang Ming heard Sun Sikong's words and suddenly froze. I can't say that I'm not a match because I don't know much about it. I just received some news. Sun Sikong said, maybe these biohumans can't do anything to you now and can't cause you any harm, but it's not easy for you to kill these biohumans one by one. How are these biohumans compared to Elder You? Yang Ming took a deep breath and asked. That's probably not. In the early years, Mr. Liu also fought with the biohumans, but Mr. Liu's attack strength is stronger than you, Yang. Sun Sikong said. Since there isn't, then there must be a way to deal with it. As long as I can find its weakness, I can kill it one by one. Yang Ming said, "Of course, if Dr. Benjamin is sensible and lets Dong Jun go, then I will not fight with him to the end. You be right. Use be by right you use. You're right, but Yang Ming, I have an important thing to remind you. In front of Dr. Benjamin, don't reveal your ability to see through things, that is, your glasses, not to mention that you know Yi Zi and I, Sun Sikong." Sun Sikong advised. "Otherwise, Dr. Benjamin will not let you go easily, even if he has to fight to the death." "Why is that?" Yang Ming asked. "The reason is actually very simple. Dr. Benjamin has always wanted to get my science and technology, and that is your glasses," Sun Sikong said. "Although Dr. Benjamin is also very powerful, the Iron Man he transformed were all based on the human head. The steel body was transformed, but the structure of the head has not changed much. That was because he had yet to master the structure of the human head and the mystery of the control between the brain and the nerves. However, my glasses had mastered this technology. If he had obtained it, he would have been able to create an even more powerful Iron Man. Unfortunately, he had never been able to realize this wish. Thus, he had no choice but to change his research to the easier-to-achieve cyborg. Of course, biohuman is also very powerful when it is studied to the extreme. Although it does not have as many technological means as Steel Man, it is quite invincible with its tyrannical physical body and its characteristics of not being afraid of death. It turned out to be like this. It seems that I really can't reveal my ability." Yang Ming nodded. In fact, even if Yang Ming was not exposed, Dr. Benjamin had already suspected Yang Ming and began to investigate Yang Ming. Therefore, it was inevitable that there would be a battle between Yang Ming and Dr. Benjamin. Although Yang Ming was not afraid of Dr. Benjamin, why would Yang Ming not want to let Dong Jun and Alice gain freedom in the smallest and easiest way? After all, after the Battle of Elder Yu's mission, Yang Ming was also a little tired. He wanted to rest for a while and was not willing to fight continuously. But if he had no choice, Yang Ming could only make a move. "That's right," Sun Sikong nodded. "And in this matter, I can't help you for the time being. First, it is because my research direction is different from his. Second, I suspect that this Dr. Benjamin has other grievances with me. It may involve Mr. Liu, so it's best for me not to show up. Otherwise, it will cause trouble." "Grandpa's son, of course. I can't trouble you with this." Yang Ming smiled and said, "You have helped me enough. Without you, I can't get to where I am today. This magical pair of glasses allowed me to go from an ordinary student to the path of the strong step by step. I'm very grateful to you." Sun Sikong nodded and did not say anything more. That night, Mo Kongwen sorted out a set of mantras of internal strength cultivation and gave a copy to Yang Ming and Lin Dongfang. He asked them to practice according to the mantras written on it. This mental cultivation method is the easiest mental cultivation method that I can think of. However, with your current age and aptitude, it will take at least 30 to 40 years for you to reach Deshang, which is the so-called heaven stage. Mo Kongwen said, "It's not that I want to discourage you, but the spirit of heaven and earth here is too thin. Without the cooperation of heaven and earth treasures, it will definitely be much more difficult for you to start cultivating at this age with your individual ability. Yang Ming may be a little less. Maybe he will reach the Deshang in 20 years, but Lin Dongfang is too old. It is estimated that it will take at least 30 to 40 years. This is still a conservative estimate. 30 to 40 years. Lin Dongfang smiled bitterly. I'm already so old now. Can I still live for so many years? Chapter 2240. This mental cultivation method is meant to prolong one's life. If you continue to practice it, of course you can. Mo Kongwen said, moreover, according to my research, as long as you practice the internal cultivation method to the Deshang level, you will be self-sufficient. You will no longer need the spirit spring water as a nutrient. Of course, this is just my speculation and assumption. Whether it is feasible or not, Mr. Lin Dongfang has to try it yourself. Ha, good. It's better to have hope than no hope. Lin Dongfang laughed and nodded. Old Mo, I will remember this kindness. If I can really be self-sufficient, then I will have a goal for my cultivation. It will not be in vain. Otherwise, it will be meaningless for me to cultivate alone in this village. Well, you can't say that. Little Master's son has to stay here. He has to start foundation establishment from a young age. You need to help take care of him here. Mo Kongwen was very respectful to Lin Dongfang. After all, Lin Dongfang was Yi's adoptive father, which made him Lu Yezi's father-in-law. Therefore, Mo Kongwen spoke to Lin Dongfang with a good attitude. That's right. Lin Dongfang nodded after listening to Mo Kongwen's words. For my grandson, I have to seize the opportunity to cultivate. Otherwise, how can I teach him? When it comes to teaching, in fact, we can't help much. After all, although this mental cultivation method was given by the old master has never practiced it. Everything needs to be explored by himself. So, Mr. Lin Dongfang, you can only supervise from the side. As for the rest, it is up to him to figure it out himself. Mo Kongwen said. Figure it out himself? Well, but isn't this a bit of a trap? He doesn't know anything. Let him figure it out himself. Lin Dongfang smiled bitterly. If he asks me, won't I know nothing? That's true. However, in order to prevent you from not knowing anything and not being able to explain, I have discussed with Dr. Sunday. We are going to change the current cave into a mountain cave. When the time comes, you will help Little Master complete the foundation establishment and body tempering foundation. Then, pretend that he came to this cave by chance and obtained this cultivation method. This way, this thing is purely obtained by chance. How he cultivates it will depend on his comprehension. It has nothing to do with you. Mo Kongwen said. This is not bad. It can also save some face for me. Lin Dongfang nodded and said, otherwise, if I don't know anything, I will lose face. The next morning, Yang Ming, Lu Yezi, Feng Tianlong, Xia Shui, Lan Ling, Lu Tianqi, and Chun Xiaojing embarked on the way back. Yi stayed here to accompany Lin Dongfang for a few days. After all, after Lu Yezi, there was no suspense. Beijing, the base of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. Lan Ling, Lu Tianqi, and Chun Xiaojing were not members of the Supernatural Investigations Action Team. So after arriving at the Supernatural Investigations base, they were arranged to rest in a room. Yang Ming, on the other hand, brought the others to see Xia Bingbao. Yang Ming, congratulations. I am very pleased to have successfully completed this mission, said Xia Bingbao. Hee, Brother Xia. Although this mission was difficult, fortunately, we did not disappoint. We finally completed it. Yang Ming smiled and said, we finally survived the hardships. Yeah, the difficulty of this mission was far beyond my expectations. I didn't expect Elder Yu to be so strong. With his tyrannical skills, if I knew at the beginning, I would not have sent you. Instead, I would have sent a letter to the ancient level to ask for help. After all, such a scourge, if the ancient level knew, they would not let him go, said Xia Bingbao. Ancient level? Is it the ancient cultivation sect and ancient cultivation family? Yang Ming was slightly stunned. He did not expect to hear this term again in 2 days. Oh, you know about it too? Xia Bingbao asked with some surprise. Feng Tianlong told me, said Yang Ming. Feng Tianlong. Oh, that's it. Feng Tianlong's family is an ancient cultivation family. It is not surprising that he knows these secrets. Xia Bingbao nodded. Brother Xia, can our Supernatural Investigation Bureau dispatch the ancient families to do things for us? Asked Yang Ming curiously. Of course, this is impossible. Xia Bingbao immediately shook his head and said, the ancient cultivation sect and ancient cultivation family are the kind of sect and family that is dedicated to cultivation and pursuing the Tao. Generally, they will not get involved in the affairs of the secular world. We can only ask them for help. After all, the appearance of Elder Yu has reached a point of great harm. We ask the ancient level people to come and kill him. The ancient level should not refuse. I see. When Yang Ming heard this, he nodded and said, however, I am afraid that if the ancient level knows the true strength of Elder Yu, they will retreat. Oh, Xia Bingbao was a little surprised. The ancient level is not Elder Yu's opponent. I don't know if Elder Yu can do anything to the people at the ancient level, but it is absolutely impossible for the people at the ancient level to do anything to Elder Yu. Yang Ming said with a wry smile. Elder Yu's strength is beyond imagination. I didn't go into detail on the phone before. Yang Ming, listening to you, Elder Yu seems to have reached an incredible level of strength? Asked Xia Bingbao in horror. Yes. Yang Ming nodded and told the situation at that time and Feng Tianlong's judgment of the strength of the cultivator. After listening to Yang Ming's words, Xia Bingbao couldn't help but fall into contemplation. If it was really as Yang Ming said, then Elder Yu was an almost invincible existence. He was invulnerable to swords and spears. What kind of concept was this? Such a person was almost the same as the legendary Superman. Even a heaven stage master might not be able to win against the ancient level people. And Yang Ming and the others could actually turn Elder Yu into an idiot. Although there were elements of luck, the most important thing was still the manifestation of strength. Wisdom is sometimes a kind of strength. If it weren't for the sincere cooperation of Yang Ming and the others, it would be impossible to deal with Elder Yu. And today's victory was not by chance. Yang Ming, if this is the case, then your strength has reached a very high level. Even the ancient level heaven stage master is not your opponent. Xia Bingbao looked at Yang Ming and said incredulously. Chapter 2241. They may not be my opponent, but according to Feng Tianlong, they can't do anything to me. Yang Ming nodded and said, I didn't expect it. Yang Ming, you have a blessing in disguise. In this way, your strength is enough to be proud of the cultivation world. It's just that you want to live in seclusion. Otherwise, you will definitely have great achievements. Xia Bingbao said enviously. Yang Ming had a blessing in disguise. He had trained Jin Gang's unbreakable body. This opportunity was enough to make Yang Ming go to a higher level. There's always someone better than you, Yang Ming said calmly. Above the heaven realm cultivator, there may be more powerful existences. Above the more powerful existences, there may be alien technology. However, these things have little to do with me. I feel that with my ability, I have done what I should do. Those higher level things are not what I care about. What's more, those cultivators don't care about worldly affairs. I don't need to provoke them. That's right. This is a balance. It has been like this for thousands of years. There is a reason to maintain this balance. Xia Bingbao nodded. In this case, I won't force you. After this mission is over, you can do what you want to do. Unless there is something that I can't solve, I will invite you in a friendly manner. Not to mention friendship. Even from the perspective of family, I will help. Yang Ming smiled. Yeah, you have become my brother-in-law. Then I won't be polite with you in the future, said Xia Bingbao. Of course, you are welcome, said Yang Ming. Yang Ming and Xia Bingbao's words made Xia Shui a little embarrassed. Brother, now we are handing in the mission. Why are you saying this? There are no outsiders here. We are all on the same side. Is there any embarrassment between you? Xia Bingbao said with a smile. You and Yang Ming are living together under the eyes of other teammates. Are you afraid of others talking about it? Didn't we think that we couldn't come back? We just let it go. Who knew that we could come back? Xia Shui said with a blush. Xia Shui, this doesn't seem like your style. In the past, you dared to take responsibility for your actions. How did you become a little woman now? Xia Bingbao didn't let go of this opportunity to continue teasing Xia Shui. Can't I become better? Xia Shui said as she rolled her eyes at her brother. AI, the family originally wanted you to stay by my side and work in the Supernatural Investigation Bureau this time, but now it seems impossible. Xia Bingbao smiled bitterly. You're going to live in seclusion in Island X with Yang Ming, right? And Xia Shui nodded. Brother, I'm sorry. I failed to live up to your expectations. Don't say that. Actually, you staying by Yang Ming's side is also a kind of help to me. Xia Bingbao smiled and said, at the very least, my relationship with Yang Ming is one step closer. I won't be embarrassed to ask him for help in the future. Brother Xia, what you're saying makes it sound like I won't help if I'm not with Xia Shui. Yang Ming said gloomily. Haha, this doesn't mean that you won't help, but I'm embarrassed to ask you. Xia Bingbao said, but now, I have given you my sister. Tell me, what else do I have to be embarrassed about? Okay. Yang Ming nodded and said, if there is anything you can't solve, you can look for me. That's what I want from you. After Xia Bingbao finished speaking to Yang Ming, he turned to look at Lu Yezi and said, Lu Yezi, this time, you have to go back too? AI, you, and Yang Ming are the two trump cards in our Supernatural Investigation Bureau. Now that both of you are gone, it makes me feel a little uncomfortable. It can't be helped, Captain Xia. You also know that when I came here, I had already talked to you. It's just training. It's impossible to stay here for a long time. Lu Yezi was actually a little reluctant. After all, they had worked together for many years. Now that they were going to separate, he was naturally a little sad. Of course, I know. I'm just a little uncomfortable, Xia Bingbao said, and Tianlong and Su Su, you guys at? Captain Xia, you can rest assured. I will come back, Feng Tianlong said. At that time, I'm afraid I will have to trouble you with Su Su's matter. Only our Supernatural Investigation Bureau can provide the ice coffin to place Su Su. Ice coffin? Xia Bingbao was slightly stunned and asked, what is that for? It's like this. Feng Tianlong told Xia Bingbao what Lin Dongfang had said before. After Xia Bingbao heard it, he suddenly realized and said, for this matter, whether you come back or not, I will do my best to help. Su Su is a member of our team. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, I will fight for it. So, you guys can go on your honeymoon with peace of mind. Leave the ice coffin to me. I will find someone to research and make it tomorrow. Thank you, Brother Xia. Feng Tianlong heard Xia Bingbao promise and said very happily, no need to thank me. This is what I should do. Xia Bingbao said, Xiao Su Su is not only your wife, but also a teammate under me, Xia Bingbao. So, no matter what, I will do my best to help her. Elder Yu's matter was over, so the handover at the Supernatural Investigation Bureau was simple. Everyone just chatted about their daily lives. The next day, with melancholy, everyone was going to part ways. Lu Yezi had to return to Miaojiang's Medicine Valley to find Yi and wait for the birth of Yi's child. Then, he would return his planet with Yi. This separation was probably an eternal separation. Yang Ming didn't know if he would have a chance to see him again in the future, but this time, they were really separated. Yezi, take care. Yang Ming didn't say too much. He just patted his shoulder and told him, bro, don't worry. We will meet again. Definitely. Lu Yezi also cherished the time he spent with Yang Ming. He didn't admire anyone, but he still admired Yang Ming. Hee. Then I'm looking forward to such a day. Yang Ming nodded. Bro, sister-in-law Xia Shui. Sister-in-law Lan Ling, goodbye. Lu Yezi clasped his fist, turned around, and left. He got into the car of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau and drove to the airport. After sending Lu Yezi away, Yang Ming turned to look at Feng Tianlong and Xiao Su Su. Separation was always sad. After sending Lu Yezi away, it was Feng Tianlong and Xiao Su Su's turn. Compared to Lu Yezi and these two people, Yang Ming wasn't so sad. After all, although Lu Yezi was far away and could be said to be in different parts of the world, they were both alive. There would always be a chance and hope to meet again. Chapter 2242. As for Feng Tianlong and Xiao Su Su, Feng Tianlong didn't have any problems, but Xiao Su Su's departure this time was truly a farewell for life. That was why Yang Ming's gaze fell on Feng Tianlong and finally stopped at Xiao Su Su. He couldn't say anything, sigh. Yang Ming sighed deeply. Boss, don't be sad. Su Su and I aren't sad, but you're the one who's sad. Aren't you worrying too much? Feng Tianlong looked at Yang Ming and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, he and Xiao Su Su also knew that Yang Ming was a very sentimental person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spared Dong Jun. In the end, he didn't kill Elder Yu and let him spend his remaining years in Blue Miao Village like a vegetable. Yeah, Captain Yang, I've already thought it through. What else do you have to worry about? Xiao Susu smiled bitterly at Yang Ming. Plus, godly Dr. Lin said that there might be a chance in the future. Yeah, even if godly Dr. Lin's words weren't trustworthy, didn't Mr. Mo Kongwen say that our daughter will be saved? Our daughter will be saved in the future. Since our daughter can be saved, then Susu should be fine too. Feng Tianlong smiled. You guys are so optimistic. Yang Ming smiled bitterly, looked at Feng Tianlong and Xiao Susu, and shook his head. Of course. What if we're not optimistic? Feng Tianlong and Xiao Susu looked at each other and said at the same time, We've already thought it through. What else do you have to worry about, Captain Yang? It's easy to meet, but hard to part. Yang Ming sighed. All right, I'll stop talking about this. You guys take care. Tianlong, take care of Susu. I hope the three of us can meet again in the future. Many years later, when we think about the time in the Medicine Valley. Definitely. Feng Tianlong nodded solemnly. I'll protect Susu. As long as there's a glimmer of hope, I won't give up. All right, Yang Ming said. If that's the case, then let's part ways here. Feng Tianlong and Xiao Susu left. Yang Ming didn't know where the two of them went, and neither did Xia Bingbao. They were going for a honeymoon, so Yang Ming didn't ask much. After sending off these people, Yang Ming brought Lan Ling, Xia Shui, Lu Qianqi, and Qin Xiaojing back to Songjiang City. After being away for so long, Yang Ming missed his family, wife, and friends very much. However, this time, Yang Ming did not inform Chen Mingyan and the others in advance. He also did not inform his parents. Yang Ming wanted to give them a surprise. Anyway, he was about to reach home. It was better to let them see him when he reached home. It would be more shocking and convincing than a phone call. After bidding farewell to Xia Bingbao, Yang Ming and the others boarded the plane to Songjiang City. Songjiang City had no airport, so they could only transfer at Donghai City. It was still the first class. This time, there were no other guests in the first class. Xia Bingbao had probably booked the first class of the plane. After all, Yang Ming, Xia Shui, Lan Ling, Chen Xiaojing, and Lu Qianqi had a lot of people. Moreover, it was best not to let others hear the conversation between them. So, Xia Bingbao booked the first class. This kind of thing was easy for Xia Bingbao. Not only that, but Xia Bingbao also gave Yang Ming another surprise. During this time, Huang Lele was still a flight attendant in the airline company. She did not resign directly. After all, she did not know what to do after resigning. Although Yang Ming said that when he came back, he would take her to X Island. Sooner or later, she would have to resign. However, Yang Ming also said that X Island would also build an airport, so Huang Lele decided to stay in the airline company and learn more. With Xia Bingbao's relationship, it was much more useful in the airline company than Huang Lele's second brother. Xia Bingbao just made a phone call, and Huang Lele became an intern in the airline company. She could go to any department to learn. No one would stop her. Xia Bingbao knew Yang Ming's plan, so he naturally did not mind doing these favors. Moreover, when Yang Ming and Xia Shui left, Xia Bingbao also basically predicted the future of Xia Shui and Yang Ming, so Xia Bingbao did not mind helping Yang Ming. Therefore, under Xia Bingbao's care, Huang Lele began her internship in the airline company. During the days when Yang Ming left, Huang Lele rotated a position almost every once in a while. She went to almost all the departments in the airline company. Moreover, every time she went to a department, it was the position of the deputy in charge. This was also Xia Bingbao's training for her. Generally, when big companies train their heirs, they would also do this. They would send the future heirs to various departments of the company for an internship. Of course, each department originally had its own person in charge, so it was not easy to replace them. Moreover, she did not have much experience. Letting Huang Lele be the deputy could train her ability and also let her learn more things. Huang Lele naturally knew that this was Xia Bingbao's arrangement, so Huang Lele cherished this arrangement very much. This opportunity was rare. Huang Lele did not want to waste it. She wanted to become a useful person to Yang Ming, so she changed her previous mentality of dawdling and began to work hard to learn the various operations of the airline company. It was different to have someone to take care of her. The people in charge of these departments had been greeted by the airline company's boss. They must let Huang Lele master the operation and management of this department at every stage of her internship. If she learned well, the people in charge of these departments would have bonuses. If she did not learn well, the light would be a deduction of salary, and the heavy would be a change of position. With this kind of pressure, who dared not to teach Huang Lele well? However, just as Huang Lele's internship was approaching the end, a temporary transfer order was suddenly sent from the airline company's general manager's office. This time, Huang Lele's position was not the deputy of a department in the airline company, but became a flight attendant. Moreover, she was a flight attendant in the first class of flight. This transfer order made Huang Lele somewhat inexplicable, but at this moment, Huang Lele was no longer the Huang Lele who did not have any schemes. This period of time was not long, but it was not short either. It had made Huang Lele an excellent management talent. Of course, although her character had not changed, she just considered the problem more comprehensively. Seeing this transfer order, Huang Lele only thought for a moment, and then she understood. It was replaced by a burst of ecstasy. Flight from Yinjing City to Donghai City, first class, flight attendant. These few messages were enough to explain everything. Huang Lele was clear about the relationship between Yang Ming and the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. The reason why she was transferred back and forth during this period of time was naturally because of this relationship. Chapter 2243. Therefore, now that she was a flight attendant again, there was only one possibility. That was, Yang Ming had returned safely. Thinking of this possibility, Huang Lele was surprised and delighted. After receiving the company's transfer order, she hurriedly changed back to her previous flight attendant uniform and ran to report to her new job at the airport. Yang Ming and his group boarded the plane, but what made Yang Ming feel strange was that there were no flight attendants in the first-class cabin of the plane. Even if Xia Bingbao wanted to keep some secrets, it was not necessary to make the first-class cabin have no service staff, right? Previously, when they flew back to Yinjing City from Yaojiang, they also took the first-class cabin, but there were flight attendants there to serve them. Of course, after these flight attendants arranged the seats and luggage, they withdrew from the first-class cabin and told Yang Ming and the others that if there was a need, they could just press the call button above the seat, and someone would come serve them. But this time, even this step was omitted. After boarding the plane and sitting in the first-class cabin, they did not see anyone. This made Yang Ming somewhat speechless. Yang Ming and his group did not bring drinks. Originally, they wanted to ask the flight attendants to bring some drinks. Now it was great. There was no one. In desperation, Yang Ming stood up and prepared to support himself, but a flight attendant walked into the first-class cabin. Seeing this familiar and friendly figure, Yang Ming was suddenly stunned and said in surprise, "Lele, why are you?" Sure enough, Yang Ming, I was wondering why the company arranged for me to be a flight attendant again. It seems that you are really on this plane. When Huang Lele saw Yang Ming, she knew that her guess was not wrong. It was really Yang Ming who had returned safely. Oh, it seems that it must be arranged by Brother Xia. Yang Ming nodded and took Huang Lele's hand very happily. I haven't seen you for a long time. Did you miss me? Of course, but the happiest thing is that you finally came back safely. Your mission has been successfully completed, right? Huang Lele still vaguely remembered the scene when Yang Ming left. At that time, Yang Ming looked very happy, but he was forcing a smile. He had a load on his mind. But now, Yang Ming was unspeakably relaxed. And it has been completed. Yang Ming nodded and said, "However, didn't you tell me last time that you were going to quit your job as a flight attendant and take a break?" "Yeah, I originally planned to do so, but then I thought of Island X's matter. I am your woman. I can't be a vase all day long, right?" Huang Lele said. After Yang Ming listened to Huang Lele's words, he nodded and said, "Then, during this time, are you still a flight attendant? Just listening to your words, it seems that you just came back to be a flight attendant. Wasn't it before?" I have been interning and learning in the various departments of the company before. Huang Lele nodded and said, "After you left, Brother Xia called me and asked me about my plan. He asked if I wanted to resign or continue to stay in the company, so I told him my thoughts. The following things were arranged by him. Hee, it seems that my brother-in-law is quite interesting." Yang Ming smiled. Brother-in-law? Huang Lele was slightly stunned, but she quickly understood. She looked at Xia Shui in the seat with some surprise. "You both?" Xia Shui was a little embarrassed by Huang Lele's gaze. After all, on the plane before going to Miaojiang, she and Yang Ming were not together yet. They were a bit like a quarrelsome couple. They argued and quarreled all the way, but now, after they came back, they were together. This made Xia Shui feel a little embarrassed. However, Huang Lele was also Yang Ming's woman. Since she was asked, she couldn't say anything. She could only nod and say, "And we are together." It really is like this?" Huang Lele said. "When you left, I thought that you should be together. And this is Lanling Lele. I mentioned her to you before, but you have never seen her before." Yang Ming also introduced Lanling to Huang Lele. "Hello." Huang Lele smiled and greeted Lanling and Xia Shui. "Hello, Sister Lele." Lanling smiled and waved at Huang Lele. Lanling had such an easygoing character. She was not jealous at all. Huang Lele also had such a character, so the two were very friendly when they met. There was no hostility at all. As for Xia Shui, because she knew Huang Lele when she came, and because she was with Yang Ming later, it was good enough that Huang Lele didn't care about her. She naturally wouldn't care about Huang Lele. As for Lanling, Xia Shui was like a sister to her when she was in the Medicine Valley. They lived under the same roof every day for so long. How could there be an unfamiliar feeling? As a result, the three of them got along very well. "Right, Lele, you can talk later. We want to drink something. Can't you find a flight attendant? Are you the only one in the first-class cabin?" Yang Ming asked. "I am alone." Huang Lele nodded and said, "You wait. I will get it for you." "Well, do you need help?" asked Yang Ming. "No need. I can go by myself. I am familiar with it. Otherwise, if others see you go with me to get something, they will definitely feel strange. Only the captain knows about my situation on this plane." Huang Lele said. "That's good. You go." Yang Ming nodded and said. After waiting for a while, he didn't see Huang Lele come back. Yang Ming was a little anxious. He talked to Xia Shui and got up to walk out. But just as he walked to the door of the first class, he heard a quarrel. One of the people in this quarrel was actually Huang Lele. This made Yang Ming frown, and he was suddenly a little angry. Originally, Yang Ming completed the mission and was in a very good mood. He wanted to return to Songzhan City to reunite with his family, wife, and friend for a few days. But he didn't expect to encounter trouble on the way back. What happened? Yang Ming walked out of the first class and saw Huang Lele explaining something to two young men. "Hey, the main character is finally willing to come out? I thought the people inside were cowards and only let a flight attendant come out to negotiate with us." Among the two young men, one of them, who was obviously the leader, said with a sneer. Chapter 2244. What you two mean? Yang Ming was somewhat inexplicable by the man's words. He didn't know what he was talking about. "What I mean, the meaning is very simple." The man looked at Yang Ming coldly and said, "I was wondering why we couldn't buy first-class tickets. It turned out that you guys booked it. Brother, I'm going to Donghai City to do something. You guys give up your first-class seats and wait for the next flight. I won't bully you. I will give you 100,000 yuan. Moreover, I don't need you to bear the charter fee. You can still charter the next flight. 100,000 yuan, and they didn't need to bear the charter fee. This condition could be said to be very generous. Moreover, these two young men didn't look like people who were easy to talk to at first glance. It was already good that they could do this. However, Yang Ming wasn't sure of money, and he couldn't stand the arrogant attitude of these two people. If they really had difficulties and talked nicely, Yang Ming might give them the seats. But now, it seemed that these two people obviously didn't have any difficulties. They came here to show off. Then, how could Yang Ming spoil them? At this time, the passengers of the economy class hadn't started to register yet. Yang Ming and others naturally boarded the plane first through special channels. These two people probably had their own ways, so they could get on the plane in advance at this time. Not interested, Yang Ming said faintly. If you have money, you can go and charter another flight. Humph, I'm talking nicely. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. The young man's follower sneered and said to Yang Ming, Don't think that I don't know what you are. Aren't you just a member of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau? My boss is giving face to your Captain Xia. He didn't directly clear the place, so he is talking nicely with you. Don't think that I don't dare to touch you. Yang Ming was a little surprised after listening to the follower's words. This person actually knows about the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. It seemed that he had already investigated where the first-class cabin was booked. However, to dare to speak to Yang Ming in such a tone, it meant that their background was definitely not simple. However, that was Yang Ming's character. He was amenable to coaxing, but not coercion. The more you acted like this, the more Yang Ming wouldn't back down. He said calmly, I'm sorry, but I've already quit the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. It's useless even if you know Brother Xia. Hey kid, you quit? That's even better. Previously, I was still a little afraid. Since you are not, then don't blame me for not reminding you. If you don't want to die, then give up your first-class seat. The attendant said with a sneer. You are quite arrogant, aren't you? But I'm in a good mood today, so I don't want to fight. If you force me, I can't do anything about it. Yang Ming looked at the two people in front of him and coldly said, Let me tell you, I am no longer Brother Xia's subordinate. The meaning is very obvious, and that is, don't provoke me. If you provoke me, then don't blame me for being impolite. You're welcome? If that's the case, then I won't be polite, the young leader said as he slapped Yang Ming. He wanted to teach Yang Ming a lesson. Slap. There's a crisp sound, but the slap didn't hit Yang Ming's face. Instead, it hit the leader's face. Suddenly, his face swelled up. The leader looked at Yang Ming in disbelief. He didn't seem to believe that Yang Ming had the ability to avoid his slap and hit him instead. Therefore, the leader was a little hysterical. Do you know who I am? You dare to hit me? I don't know, and I don't want to know. Yang Ming said, If you don't want to die, then get lost. 2. Kill him for me. The leader ordered the underling. Since this kid is no longer Captain Xia's subordinate, then you don't have to give him any face. Yes, boss. As soon as the man called 2 finished speaking, he quickly threw a punch at Yang Ming. Yang Ming didn't expect the man called 2 to be so fast. Moreover, he attacked as soon as he said so it made Yang Ming a little embarrassed. With Yang Ming's current skill, it wasn't difficult to avoid the attack of the man called 2, but the attack of 2 was extremely ruthless. If Yang Ming dodged, then 2 was bound to miss. It was very likely that it would accidentally hurt Huang Lele, who was behind Yang Ming. Therefore, when Yang Ming thought of this, he simply didn't dodge. He just stood there and waited for 2's punch to hit him, making a loud bang sound. Ayo! There was a scream. It wasn't Yang Ming, but it was the man called 2. At this moment, he felt that his hand was going to be crippled. The entire right fist that he used to attack Yang Ming had become swollen. It was obvious that his bones were already broken. Action and reaction were mutual. Yang Ming was Jin Gang's indestructible body. 2 hit him with a huge force. How could he get away with it? Did he think that he had taken the Herculean voodoo? You, who are you? You're not Xia Bingbao's underling. His underlings can't be so powerful. You can actually take the blow of a Mystic Division Master like 2. The leader looked at Yang Ming in disbelief. He was stuttering a little. It wasn't until this moment that he knew what fear was. Originally, with his status, he was sent to Eastern Sea City by his family. He came out with an arrogant attitude. In his opinion, with his status and skills, he was invincible, but he didn't expect to meet a tough opponent just to fight for a first-class seat. Before asking others, it's best to introduce yourself first, Yang Ming said lightly. So what if I introduce myself? I'm not afraid to tell you that I'm a direct descendant of the ancient Feng family. If you hurt me, don't even think about getting away with it, the leader said arrogantly. Ancient Feng family? Yang Ming was stunned. He didn't expect to meet someone from the ancient Feng family right after Feng Tianlong and Xia Bingbao finished talking about ancient matters. What a coincidence. That's right. So are you scared? The leader said coldly. Scared? Yang Ming curled his lips. What's your relationship with Feng Tianlong? You know Feng Tianlong? The leader was stunned, but then he remembered where Feng Tianlong went. It wasn't that surprising. It's okay to tell you. I'm Feng Tianlong's younger brother, Feng Tianhu. Don't think that you'll be fine just because you know my big brother. Huh? Yang Ming looked at the man called Feng Tianhu with a smile that didn't look like a smile. I'm giving Feng Tianlong face and won't argue with you. Ancient Feng family? Are they very powerful? Chapter 2245. Foolish and Ignorant Bastard. If you have the chance, ask your elder brother to call out the strongest practitioner in your house and see if he can do anything to me. Yang Ming looked at the two people in front of him mockingly. Feng Tianhu may be arrogant and prideful, but he wasn't an idiot. He still had some brains, and after hearing Yang Ming's words, he immediately calmed down. This person in front of him knew his elder brother, Feng Tianlong, so he should know what kind of existence the ancient Feng house was. But if he knew and was still so fearless, then there were only two possibilities. Either his backing was stronger than the ancient Feng house, or he himself was so strong that he wasn't afraid of the ancient Feng house at all. Of course, the first possibility wasn't high. The ancient Feng house was already an ancient house, and although they didn't have a sky-class late-phase peak, they still had a few sky-class masters. Unless it was a super ancient house like Ice Palace, Snow Valley, or Heavenly Dance Sect, they wouldn't be able to suppress the ancient Feng house. But this possibility wasn't high. After all, Ice Palace, Snow Valley, and Heavenly Dance Sect had never heard of anyone helping the investigation department. As for the second possibility, it was very likely. After all, Feng Erbing was a mystic mid-phase master, and he didn't do anything to Yang Ming after using all his strength. What did this mean? It meant that Yang Ming was extremely strong. After all, even a master of the same level couldn't take this punch with their body. Even if they could, they would be heavily injured. But this person in front of him didn't seem to be injured at all. This made Feng Tianhu fall into deep thought. From his point of view, the possibility of Yang Ming being a mystic class master wasn't high. He should be at least Earth class. Plus, he dared to say that no matter which master from the ancient Feng house came out, they wouldn't be able to do anything to him. How arrogant was this? So, this person in front of him might have reached sky class. Thinking up to this point, Feng Tianhu asked, "May I ask for your name? If I were you, I would obediently scram. Why are you asking so many questions? Do you want to form a grudge?" Yang Ming snorted and asked, "I've already given Feng Tianlong face and didn't do anything to you. Otherwise, I would have killed you all if you, second brother, made the first move." You. Feng Tianhu was angry, but he was still scared. He didn't say anything. "Looks like it's your first time out in the world, right? For Feng Tianlong's sake, I'll give you a reminder. Don't think that you can show off just because you're from an ancient family. In this world, there are many people stronger than you." Yang Ming looked at Erbing mockingly and said, "You, Feng Tianhu, doesn't have a brain, and you don't have a brain either. Why would you hit him just because he asked you to? Aren't you going to estimate your opponent's strength? Someone like you will be killed sooner or later. Are you trying to sow discord between us? Kill us if you have the guts." Feng Tianhu was angry, but thinking about how Yang Ming was related to Feng Tianlong, he wouldn't dare to kill him. He regained his confidence. "Kill you?" Yang Ming smiled slightly. "Trash like you aren't worthy of my killing. But I'll give you a reminder. Don't underestimate someone else's strength. Otherwise, you'll die one day." Feng Tianhu naturally didn't believe Yang Ming. He smiled coldly. "We don't need you to tell us what to do. It's a small world. We'll meet again." With that, Feng Tianhu brought second brother down the plane. He had a stomach full of anger, but of course, he didn't believe Yang Ming's words. How many Yang Mings were there in this world? Feng Erbing was already a mystic class master, a warrior who could run amok in the mortal world. Sooner or later, He'd be at a disadvantage and die? Feng Tianhu didn't believe it. However, it was precisely because he didn't remember Yang Ming's lesson today that he underestimated his opponent's strength again in the future. This caused his right-hand man, Feng Erbing, to walk on the road to hell. Of course, this is a story for another time. Let's go, Lele. Let's go back. Yang Ming didn't care about Feng Tianhu's threat at all. If it was before Yang Ming went to Miaojiang, he might have been afraid. But now, it was just like what Feng Tianlong said. With Yang Ming's current strength, who could do anything to Yang Ming? One had to know that Yang Ming was an existence that was invulnerable to weapons, water, and fire. He was even more powerful than those who had mastered the Golden Bell Shield and Iron Mantle. Yang Ming, will there be trouble? Huang Lele asked worriedly. Don't worry, they won't dare to come. Yang Ming could tell that Feng Tianhu was really angry, but he wasn't stupid. If he knew that he couldn't win, he wouldn't cause trouble for Yang Ming. Plus, even if he wanted to cause trouble, he would ask Feng Tianlong first. If he got Yang Ming's Real trump card from Feng Tianlong, he wouldn't dare to cause trouble anymore. After taking a few drinks back to the first-class cabin, Yang Ming threw this matter to the back of his mind. However, this allowed Yang Ming to learn about some ancient powers. Yang Ming wasn't worried that these powers would threaten him. From what Yang Ming saw, Central and Professor Benjamin were the most important people to deal with. Yang Ming, what happened just now? I think I heard a commotion outside. Xia Shui saw that Yang Ming and Huang Lele were back and asked. It's nothing. Just 2 flies. I got rid of them. Yang Ming said indifferently. Oh, Xia Shui nodded. Since Yang Ming said that it was fine, then it was fine. Because Yang Ming was with Xia Shui and Lan Ling every day in the Medicine Valley, the two took the initiative to let Yang Ming stay with Huang Lele on the plane. After all, Yang Ming and Huang Lele didn't have many chances to meet. The plane slowly took off. Along the way, Yang Ming briefly told Huang Lele about his experience in Miaojiang and the Medicine Valley. Huang Lele was speechless. She didn't expect Yang Ming to experience so many difficulties and hardships. Fortunately, everything was over now. Huang Lele also told Yang Ming about her experience during this period. Hearing that Huang Lele had learned so much experience and knowledge in airline management, Yang Ming was very happy. It seemed that Huang Lele could manage the airline company in Island X in the future. They chatted along the way, so this part of the journey ended easily. In the blink of an eye, the plane landed at Donghai International Airport. Chapter 2246. Lele, is there anything in the past few days? If there is nothing, come to my house. You can also meet my parents. After getting off the plane, Yang Ming invited Huang Lele. Now, Yang Ming's heart could be said to be extremely relaxed. His biggest worry was solved. The women in the family had become harmonious under the maintenance of Chun Mingyan and Sun Jie. Therefore, Yang Ming dared to openly bring Xia Shui, Lan Ling, and Huang Lele back. Lan Ling and Huang Lele were Yang Ming's former women. Chun Mingyan and Sun Jie probably already knew. They had already seen it from the information sent to them by Dongjun. Xia Shui was a newcomer, but Xia Shui was also an acquaintance with everyone. Moreover, she had the strange experience in the Miaojiang Medicine Valley. It was not difficult for everyone to accept her. Okay, Huang Lele nodded and said, after I go, will Sister Mingyan hate me? Don't you have Xia Shui and Lan Ling to accompany you? Yang Ming smiled and said, it's okay, Sister Lele. Sister Mingyan is easy to talk to. The last time I went, she was very good to me, said Lan Ling. Lan Ling's words made Huang Lele feel relieved. However, Yang Ming smiled bitterly in his heart. Although he also knew that he would definitely not be blamed too much by Chen Mingyan when he returned home this time. When he was alone, she would still have a little temper. At first, Chen Mingyan wanted to take the overall situation into consideration and let Yang Ming perform the mission in Miaojiang with peace of mind. Then, she called all of Yang Ming's women together and lived together. But now that Yang Ming came back safely, Chen Mingyan would still have a little temper. Although the news of Yang Ming's return was not told to Chen Mengyan and Yang Ming's friends, the fat man of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau knew the news in advance. He had already driven to the airport to meet Yang Ming. The fat man was anxious. He did not wait at the airport's arrival entrance, but ran into the airport. After the plane landed, he followed the car that came to pick up the passengers and ran down. He waved to Yang Ming, who was getting off the plane. Yang Ming was dumbfounded about the fat man's behavior. Yang Ming, congratulations. You finally came back safely. The fat man ran over happily and gave Yang Ming a bear hug. I say, you don't have to be like this. You ran straight in to welcome me. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Huh, brother Yang Ming, isn't it because I miss you? I really want to see you so badly. The fat man said, I'm also very happy. What do you think, brother Yang Ming? Shall we get together tonight? My treat? Not tonight. I have to go home and visit my parents. I may be very busy. How about this? Let's get together again tomorrow, said Yang Ming. All right. Anyway, whenever you have time and whenever is convenient for you. The fat man nodded and said. He also knew that Yang Ming had been away for a long time. After returning home, he naturally had to visit his relatives and friends. He definitely did not have much time, so he didn't mind. Yang Ming left the airport with the fat man and got into a black Audi Q7. It was obvious that it should be a modified bulletproof car. There was no problem in terms of security. Yang Ming came back this time. In fact, he was not afraid of anything. The previous assassinations were done by Dong Jun. Now that Dong Jun was on his side, no one would assassinate Yang Ming again. Especially since Elder Yu was also eliminated, Yang Ming could sit back and relax. As for Central and Dr. Benjamin, Yang Ming had not started to deal with them yet. So, Yang Ming felt that they couldn't deal with him first, right? Fat man, how have you been recently? Asked Yang Ming. Being responsible for the contact work of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau is easier than being outside, right? Yeah, it's a lot easier, said the fat man. Right, I got married. It's a pity that you couldn't attend the wedding. Not bad, fat man. You are married. Yang Ming laughed. Yeah, thanks to you, I made a great contribution. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to come back and be appointed to such a good position, said the fat man sincerely. Yang Ming, what are you going to do after you come back? I heard from Captain Xia that you're going to live in seclusion, and I plan to live in seclusion. In North Africa, I have a private island. I'm going to live there. Yang Ming said, Fat man, if you have time, you can come and see me. Then I will definitely go and see you. I will go with Captain Xia, said the fat man. While they were talking, the fat man's car drove back to Songzan City and came to the Huashang district where Yang Ming lived. He stopped at the door of Yang Ming's villa. At this time, Chen Mengyan and the others should be in school and working, right? Yang Ming looked at his watch. It was only 3 o'clock in the afternoon. There should be no one in the villa. Then let's go to school? Asked the fat man. No need. Just stay here. I will wait for them. Yang Ming got out of the car and looked at the familiar villa. He was filled with emotion. But after getting out of the car, Yang Ming realized that he didn't bring the key. When he left, Yang Ming left the key at home and didn't bring it to Miaojiang. After all, the key was useless in Miaojiang. Yang Ming didn't expect that he would come back so soon. Of course, although there was no key, the entire security system of the villa was designed by Yang Ming himself. So, for Yang Ming, it was easy to open the door. There was also a set of special tools in the fat man's car. Yang Ming took it out and began to pick the lock of his house. Although this lock was designed and installed by Yang Ming, it wasn't so easy for Yang Ming to pick it himself. It was naturally more difficult to open it without damaging it. So, Yang Ming wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he slowly picked the lock. Yang Ming's action made the fat man a little speechless. I say, brother Yang Ming, you actually pick the lock when you come back to your own house. It's really strange. Hee, I can't help it. Who asked me to not bring the key? Yang Ming smiled. However, this scene was seen by the property security patrolling in the community. Someone picked the owner's lock. This was a big deal. After confirming which house it was, the security guard directly called Chen Mengyan. What? Someone picked the lock of my house. Chen Mingyan was in class when she received a call from the property company saying that someone picked the lock. She was shocked. Who is it? We didn't dare to approach for the time being, but there are several people. The security guard said, Miss Chun, do you want to come back, or should we call the police now? Or should I mobilize more security guards and then catch these people? Chapter 2247. The property company in this community had long been taken over by Ming Yang Security, so they naturally knew the identity of Chun Mingyan. Not only that, but the chairman of the Ming Yang Company, Jing Xiaolu, also lived here, so they didn't dare to neglect. You guys first watch these people from a distance. Don't alert them. If they run away, then find a way to control them. I will call the police myself and rush back immediately. Chun Mingyan hesitated and instructed. At this time, Chun Mingyan was still calm enough. Chun Mingyan didn't let the security guard alert them because she was afraid that these people who were trying to pry open the door weren't ordinary thieves, but they were targeted. The previous series of conspiracies against Yang Ming had made Chun Mingyan very vigilant. Although it was peaceful for a while, it didn't mean that there were absolutely no accidents. Therefore, Chun Mingyan was afraid that these security guards weren't the opponents of the people who were trying to pry open the door. So, she just let them watch these people first. If these people really wanted to run away, then they would stop them. If these people didn't run, then they shouldn't alert the enemy. There was no one in Chun Mingyan's home now, so there was really nothing to steal. The small videos that Yang Ming took before he left were also encrypted and put on a secure server. There was no need to worry that any private items would be leaked at home. At most, they could steal some cash. Chun Mingyan hurriedly asked for leave from the teacher and took Sister Lin out of the classroom. Sister Mingyan, what's wrong? Lin Jiyun still didn't understand what was going on. There is a thief in the house. I will contact my father. As Chun Mingyan said this, she dialed the phone of her father, Chun Fei, and told him that there was a thief in the house. Chun Fei said that he would immediately bring people over. After calling Chun Fei, Yang Ming also notified Wang Xiaoyan. Among these girls, Wang Xiaoyan was the most powerful one, so with Wang Xiaoyan accompanying him back, it would naturally solve a lot of problems. After Chun Mingyan finished the call, she went to the school parking lot. At this time, Wang Xiaoyan was already waiting there. Mingyan, Wang Xiaoyan had butterfly micro-steps, so she was much faster than Chun Mingyan. Even though Chun Mingyan left first, she was still one step ahead. Yin, let's go back and take a look. My father said that he would bring people over immediately. Chun Mingyan didn't say much. She opened the door of her Audi A5 and got in the car with Wang Xiaoyan. Who is targeting us this time? Why don't I give the fatty from the Supernatural Investigation Department a call? I'm afraid that if the enemy is really not simple, let the fatty's people go. It will be more confident. Wang Xiaoyan suggested. Yeah, I forgot. I should contact the fatty. Chun Mingyan nodded. She quickly found the fatty's phone number and dialed it. The fatty was helping Yang Ming pry open the door. Suddenly, there was a call. He didn't look at the caller ID and picked it up. After all, his number was confidential. The people who knew it were some very close people. Hello, Brother Fatty, where are you? Asked Chun Mingyan. I'm prying open the door. The fatty wasn't on guard and said casually. After all, those who could call him fatty and knew his phone number weren't outsiders. Prying open the door? Chun Mingyan was stunned suddenly. You are? Only then did the fatty hear that the voice on the other side wasn't very familiar. He was slightly shocked. It seems that my vigilance has dropped a lot during this time. I don't have the vigilance that I had when I was abroad. If it was in the past, he wouldn't just casually tell others what he was doing. But fortunately, the fatty only said that he was prying open the door. He didn't say where he was prying open the door and what kind of door he was prying open. I'm Chun Mingyan. Chun Mingyan said, Brother Fatty, the security of the property company, just called me and said that someone was prying open the door of my villa. It's such a coincidence. Why are you prying open the door too? After the fatty heard Chun Mingyan's words, he smiled bitterly and looked at Yang Ming. The fatty was cooperating with Yang Ming to pry open the door, so he was relatively close to Yang Ming. The conversation between him and Chen Mingyin was also clearly heard by Yang Ming. At the moment, Yang Ming knew that he couldn't hide it anymore, so he made a gesture to the fatty to keep it a secret for the time being. The fatty immediately understood and said, "Ah, it's sister-in-law Mingyin. The person who is prying open the door is actually me. I am prying open the door of your villa." "What? You? Prying open my door?" Chen Mingyin was suddenly stunned by the fatty's words. "Why are you prying open my door for no reason?" This can't be explained in a few words. So you come over. When you come over, you will know," said the fatty. "Well, I will go over now." Chen Mingyin frowned. "It's strange. If you want to enter my house, you can just find me directly. Why do you have to pry open my door?" No. Is Yang Ming in trouble?" "It's no, yeah, anyway, I can't explain it clearly. Sister-in-law, you will know when you come back." The fatty couldn't explain it well, so he could only say so. "Well, I will go back now." Although Chen Mingyin was puzzled, she immediately agreed. "Mingyin, you mean the fatty is prying open the door in our house?" Wang Xiaoyan also looked at Chen Mingyin inexplicably. She didn't know what the fatty was doing. "No matter what, it's better to go back and take a look," said Chen Mingyin. "That's the only way," Wang Xiaoyan said with some worry. Fortunately, the Huashang district was opposite the school. Chen Mingyin's car left the campus and quickly returned to the villa. Seeing Chen Mingyin's car, the security captain of the community immediately ran over and said respectfully, "Miss Chen, it's fine. You can leave now. Thank you." Chen Mingyin knew that the person who was prying open the door was the fatty, so she didn't need these security guards, so she spoke to them. "Okay, Miss Chen, call us if you need anything." The security captain said, "Do we need to inform President Jing and President Bao?" Although the direct person in charge of the company was Jing Xiaolu and Bao Sanli, this security captain wasn't stupid. He could be arranged in this community. Obviously, he was the confidant of Bao Sanli, Ho Zhenhan, and Bai Hai. Naturally, he knew the relationship between Chen Mingyin and Jing Xiaolu. He knew that Chen Mingyin and Chen Mingyin were in charge of this villa, so if something happened, he would inform Chen Mingyin immediately. "No need," Chen Mingyin said. "Okay." After the security captain finished speaking, he didn't say anything more. He took his men to patrol other places. Chapter 2248. Chen Mingyin drove the car all the way to the door. When Yang Ming heard that Chen Mingyin was coming back, he didn't bother to pry open the door. He just sat in the car and waited. Chen Mingyin had seen the fat man's Audi Q7 before. She also recognized the car plate. Sure enough, she saw the fat man's car at the door of her villa. Chen Mingyin was more and more curious and inexplicable. What is wrong with this fat man? Why did he come here to pry open the door? Chen Mingyin parked the car behind the Audi Q7. She got out of the car with Wang Xiaoyan and Lin Jiyun, but she didn't see the fat man. The door of her house wasn't opened either. "Fat man!" Chen Mingyin shouted. At this time, the fat man also saw Chen Mingyin coming. He got out of the car and smiled. "Sister-in-law, you are back. You this is?" Chen Mingyin saw the fat man smile. It didn't seem like anything had happened. She was even more puzzled. "Why did you come to my house to pry open the door?" "This is a long story. I didn't come here to pry open the door. I was instructed by someone," the fat man said with a bitter smile. "Instructed by someone? Who instructed you?" Chen Mingyin was even more inexplicable. "Is there anyone who can instruct you to pry open the door of my house?" "Yes." The fat man nodded. "Who is it?" asked Chen Mingyin. "It's in my car." The fat man pointed to his Audi Q7 and said, "Sister-in-law, why don't you talk to him yourself?" Chen Mingyin frowned slightly and looked at Fatty's Audi Q7. However, the windows of the Audi Q7 were covered with a film. She couldn't see anything from the outside. Chen Mingyin hesitated for a moment, but still walked to the side of the Audi Q7. She felt that the fat man would not harm her. After all, Yang Ming and the fat man had a very good relationship. After Yang Ming left, he specifically told Chen Mingyin that if she encountered any trouble that she could not solve, she could directly look for the fat man. There was no need to be polite. However, Fatty's attitude and behavior today were obviously a little abnormal. Chen Mingyan had to be on guard. So, she walked over and gave Wang Xiaoyan a look, telling her to attack if anything went wrong. Wang Xiaoyan was an assassin. Even if Fatty wasn't her opponent. As long as there wasn't a powerful expert here, Wang Xiaoyan could handle it. Wang Xiaoyan nodded, indicating that she understood Chen Mingyan's meaning. What made Chen Mingyan even more annoyed was that she had walked to the side of the Audi Q7, but the person in the car still didn't get out. Isn't this too careless? Dang, dang, dang. Chen Mingyan knocked on the window. She thought, this person not only asked the fat man to come to my house to pry open the door, but I am standing at the door of the car. This person doesn't even get out of the car to explain. What does he want to do? However, what Chen Mingyan didn't expect was that the door of the Audi Q7 suddenly opened. Then, a pair of arms stretched out from the car, hugged her suddenly, and pulled her into the car. Ah! Chen Mingyan screamed, but the next moment, her lips were blocked. However, what made Chen Mingyan ashamed and angry was that her lips were blocked by someone else's lips. Chen Mingyan was about to explode. What kind of person is this? He actually colluded with the fatty to act like a hooligan in front of my house and do such a vulgar thing to me? However, because the two people were too close, Chen Mingyan couldn't see the figure of the person in the car clearly. She wanted to break free, but the other person's strength was too strong. Chen Mingyan couldn't break free at all. Hey, the fatty was watching this fun scene with a happy expression, but in the next moment, a trace of coldness appeared on his neck. Fatty Lai was shocked to find that he didn't know when a dagger was pressed against his neck. The person who made the move was naturally Wang Xiaoyan. He heard Wang Xiaoyan ask coldly, "Who's in the car? Tell him to let go of Mingyan, sis, or else I'll kill you." Wang Xiaoyan was an assassin. Even if the fatty had some skills, he wasn't a match for Wang Xiaoyan. Don't, little sister Yin Yin, this. Don't mess around. The fatty was shocked and quickly said, "Whoa." At this moment, Chen Mingyan also made a sound of resistance. Wang Xiaoyan frowned and said coldly, "The person in the car doesn't want the fatty to die, so let go of Mingyan, sis." Yang Ming only wanted to give Chen Mingyan a surprise and scare her, but he didn't expect Wang Xiaoyan to react so violently. So, Yang Ming had no choice but to carry Chen Mingyan out of the car and let go of Chen Mingyan. He was just about to explain to Wang Xiaoyan, but what greeted him was a solid slap. Pa! A clear and loud sound. Of course, Yang Ming had the super modified version integrated with the Jin Gang Voodoo. This slap couldn't cause any harm or pain to him, but Yang Ming was somewhat wronged and caught off guard by this slap. Yang Ming didn't have any thoughts of guarding against Chen Mingyan, so he was hit hard. Wang Xiaoyan was far away, but she saw Yang Ming first. She quickly took down the dagger in her hand and looked at Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan in front of her with a bitter smile. She was suddenly speechless. This slap from Yang Ming was really wronged. Mingyan. Yang Ming also smiled bitterly, but although his face didn't hurt, he still pretended to cover his face. Yang Ming? Chen Mingyan looked at Yang Ming in front of her with some disbelief. Her slap was subconscious. It would be strange if Chen Mingyan didn't hit someone who was molested. But when she saw Yang Ming, she regretted it. Thinking about the taste of the kiss just now, it was indeed somewhat familiar, but she neglected it in a hurry. So when she thought of this, Chen Mingyan suddenly felt a little embarrassed. "You are back." "Sorry. It's okay." Yang Ming shook his head. "I wanted to give you a surprise, but who would have thought? It's not your fault." "Then why didn't you say so earlier?" "I thought someone broke the door, and I was confused," Chen Mingyan said with surprise and joy. "Yang Ming, your mission is over." "And it's over." Yang Ming nodded. "Mingyan, let me introduce you to a few people." As Yang Ming spoke, he gestured to the people in the car. Then Lan Ling, Xia Shui, Huang Lele, Lu Tianqi, and Chen Xiaojing all got out of the car. "Sister Mingyan." Lan Ling smiled and greeted Chen Mingyan. "Yang Ming wanted to give you a surprise, but I didn't expect to be slapped, haha." Lan Ling knew that Yang Ming had an incomplete and complete version of the mixed Jin Gang Voodoo, so she also knew that Chun Mingyin's slap couldn't cause any harm to Yang Ming. So it was easy. Chapter 2249. Ling Ling. Chun Mingyin raised her head and looked at Lan Ling. She greeted Lan Ling and looked at Xia Shui and Huang Lele. Chun Mingyin had seen the photo of Huang Lele. Naturally, she knew her identity. She also knew that she had long been Yang Ming's woman. Therefore, since she had accepted the others, she didn't mind accepting Huang Lele. She nodded and said, "You are Lele, right?" In Mingyin. Sister, hello. Although Huang Lele was a little older than Chun Mingyao, she felt that it was fine for her to call Chun Mingyin's sister since she entered the school later. Besides, Huang Lele didn't think much and didn't like to fight for these empty titles. Hello. I wanted to contact you before, but I didn't have your contact information. It's a pity that I couldn't contact you. Chun Mingyin had long accepted Huang Lele in her heart. At this time, there wouldn't be much of a reaction. We wanted to call you before and let you move to the villa to live together. Yang Ming's women are all here. Ah, thank you, Sister Mingyin. Huang Lele saw that Chun Mingyin not only didn't dislike her, but was also very intimate. She was very happy and said, "Sister Mingyin, I am working in the airline company. Especially during the time when Yang Ming left, I wanted to learn more knowledge. When I arrived at Island X, I could help Sister Mingyin to manage Yang Ming's business and help him manage the airport. Therefore, there is no fixed place to work. I have internships in the head office, branches, and even foreign cooperation companies. I can't live here." Huang Lele had gone through a period of experience. Although she was still the same as before, without any bad intentions, she had become much more mature and smart. Her words were more pleasant to listen to. Her words were mainly about Yang Ming and Chun Mingyin, which made Chun Mingyin very happy. It turned out to be like this. In the future, it seems that you will be busy for Yang Ming. Chun Mingyin nodded and said, "It's hard for you to think so far ahead. I haven't thought about the Island X airport. Now you're in charge of this. But I don't have an opinion. Yang Ming knows. At that time, I will have to trouble Sister Mingyin to decide for me." Huang Lele said shyly. Yang Ming was a little surprised. He hadn't seen Huang Lele for a while. Huang Lele's performance really impressed. Is this still the pure Huang Lele who didn't know anything? However, thinking about it carefully, Huang Lele's character, but she was a little more mature. All right, the two of you will have plenty of time to study the matter of X Island in the future. You should also get to know Xia Shui. Mingyin? Yang Ming pointed to Xia Shui on the side. Xia Shui, sister. Chun Mingyin took a deep breath and looked at Xia Shui. She finally spat out these three words. Previously, she had a hunch in her heart. Yang Ming and Xia Shui should have had something going on, but before it was confirmed, Chun Mingyin still didn't think so much. Now, Yang Ming introduced her like this. She was afraid that the two people already had a substantial relationship. Otherwise, Chun Mingyin knew Xia Shui before. Why would she say that she knew Xia Shui again? Wasn't this acquaintance worth thinking about? Although Chun Mingyin had accepted the women that Yang Ming now had, she wasn't numb, but she had no choice. If there were more, she would definitely oppose it at the first moment. Before Yang Ming went to Miaojiang, he had no relationship with Xia Shui, but after he came back, it became like this. It would be strange if Chun Mingyin felt comfortable in her heart. However, Xia Shui was her father's former subordinate, and her relationship with her had always been good. Moreover, even if Chun Mingyin was angry in her heart and blamed Yang Ming, she couldn't be rude to Xia Shui. After all, she already had a relationship with Yang Ming, which meant that she was voodoo. In the future, she could only be with Yang Ming. How could Chun Mingyin drive her away? Therefore, even if Chun Mingyin was angry, she could only blame Yang Ming. Thinking about it, previously when she inexplicably slapped Yang Ming wasn't angry. Chun Mingyin felt a little guilty instead. She thought, forget it. Just treat it as me punishing him in advance and venting my anger. Thinking of a slap she gave to Yang Ming, Chun Mingyin's anger in her heart subsided. She smiled slightly and said, Sister Xia Shui, you also entered later. Are you like Lele, calling me sister? This you can call me whatever you want. Although Xia Shui had a very hot temper, she didn't have any temper in front of Chen Mingyan. Her relationship with Yang Ming was exposed. She just wanted to find a hole to hide in. She was ashamed. She used to be Chen Fei's subordinate. She actually stole a man from her superior's daughter? If this spread out, how could she, Xia Shui, still have face? Fortunately, she was no longer working at Chen Fei's place. She had gone to the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. She would probably leave with Yang Ming soon, which made her feel better. Therefore, when Xia Shui faced Chen Mingyan, she naturally didn't dare to put on the airs of an elder sister. Huang Lele already called Mingyan sister. If she didn't follow suit, wouldn't it seem that she was a maverick? So, Xia Shui hesitated and said, Sister Mingyan. Sister Xia Shui, don't mind it. In fact, I just said it casually. Chen Mingyan actually made a joke, but she didn't expect Xia Shui to be like this. She felt more comfortable in her heart and accepted Xia Shui. Or, outside, in front of others, you call me Sister Xia Shui. At home, I will call you Sister Mingyan. Xia Shui thought of a compromise. Well, it doesn't matter. Chen Mingyan smiled and turned to look at Lu Qianqi and Chen Shaojing. She asked Yang Ming, who are these two brothers and sisters? Yang Ming, don't you want to introduce them? The relationship between this man and woman was obviously very close. So, Chen Mingyan naturally wouldn't think that Chen Shaojing and Yang Ming had a relationship. In that case, wouldn't Lu Qianqi be Yang Ming's friend? Wouldn't that be a mess? I forgot. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Mingyan, this is brother Lu Qianqi, and this is Chen Xiaojing's sister-in-law. Brother Lu Qianqi is the son of Lu Weishan's godfather, so he is almost like my biological brother. We also became sworn brothers in Miaojiang. Lu Qianqi is the second brother, and there's an elder brother named Lin Dongfang. If there is a chance, I will take you to see him. He is not here now. Ah, it's godfather's son. Chen Mingyan was very surprised. She didn't expect Yang Ming to actually find her godfather's son and daughter-in-law. She was surprised and happy. Chen Mingyan also recognized Lu Weishan as her godfather, so she naturally knew the pain of Lu Weishan and his wife. Chapter 2250. Yes, they're also in Miaojiang. When they went missing, they were taken away by Elder Yu. Yang Ming said, Elder Yu asked them to help with the voodoo refinement. It turns out to be like this. Chen Mingyan nodded and said, Hello, second brother and second sister-in-law. Mingyan, hello. Lu Qianqi smiled and said, when Yang Ming was in Miaojiang, he always mentioned you. Really? Chen Mingyan was very happy. Yang Ming was accompanied by Lan Ling and Xia Shui in Miaojiang. He had women on his left and right, but he still often thought of her. Chen Mingyan was satisfied. The previous annoyance had disappeared into thin air. Naturally, what he misses the most is you and his family. Of course, there is also Qianqi's and my parents. Chen Shaojing also said with a smile. I was so busy talking that I forgot to open the door. Chen Mingyan quickly took out the key and opened the door of the villa. She took everyone in and said, Sorry for making everyone wait. Haha, it's fine. Yang Ming smiled and said, We are not outsiders. We are all family. Why are there so many rules? Yeah, Lu Qianqi said, Yang Ming and I are not only related to my father. I am also a sworn brother, so we are really no different from family. Sister Mingyan, you don't have to be too polite. Huh, I've been friends with brother Yang Ming for a long time. We don't have to be particular. The fatty also laughed. Sister Xia Shui and I have nothing to say. Lan Ling also smiled. The happy situation of the family made Chen Mingyan sigh in relief. She suddenly thought of Wang Xiaoyan and Lin Jiyun. She was just talking to herself. These two people were still behind. Wang Xiaoyan had a cold personality. Usually, if you didn't talk to her, she basically wouldn't take the initiative to talk to you. Sister Lin was even more shy. Yin-Yan's Sister Lin, come get to know everyone. Chen Mingyan quickly greeted. Wang Xiaoyan and Lin Jiyun also met Xia Shui, Huang Lele, Lu Tianxi and Chen Xiaojing one by one. As for Lan Ling, they already knew each other, so there was no need to introduce her. Mingyan, where are the others? Asked Yang Ming. I will call them and ask them to come back. Chen Mingyan said quickly. All right, let's have a reunion dinner together. This is our first time eating together. Yang Ming said with some fascination. In the past, Yang Ming hoped that one day he could get together with all his women and eat together. However, this was just a dream for Yang Ming. Before Yang Ming went to Miaojiang, he never dreamed that there would be such a day. However, what Yang Ming didn't expect was that this dream actually came true. Moreover, it was Chen Mingyan who helped him realize it. It seemed that this mission was really not in vain. Not only did it let Yang Ming gain absolute strength and stand on the peak of martial arts, but also let Yang Ming have the life that he used to dream of. You're dreaming. If I wasn't afraid that you would be distracted in Miaojiang, do you think I would let you go so easily? Chen Mingyan whispered, but she was also afraid that others would hear it. Yang Ming smiled and said, I knew that my Mingyan is the best. Best. Chen Mingyan smiled bitterly. What can I do if I'm not good? I have experienced a lot of things along the way with you, and I have also seen through a lot of things. I'm no longer the little Mingyan who didn't know anything when I was in high school. You're standing at a certain height. If I don't follow your footsteps and want to tie you down like before, I'm afraid that our final result will be breaking up. Sister Mingyan is very open-minded. During this time, I have learned a lot of things with her. I also understand a lot of reasons. It's not necessarily a bad thing for you to have more women. Once you think about it, everything will be fine. At least, during the time when you weren't here, there were so many people accompanying me. It was very interesting. Moreover, everyone has this common lover and goal. We don't have so many scruples and guard against each other. We can live together with a heart-to-heart. This kind of friendship is also enviable and fascinating for many people. Yang Ming looked at Chen Mingyan with some surprise. He didn't expect that she would say such a thing. Huang Lele gave Yang Ming enough surprises before, but compared with Chen Mingyan, it was simply a small child in front of a big one. During the time when he was away, the women around him had become mature. They no longer had the previous immaturity, which made Yang Ming feel moved and regretful. In fact, Yang Ming still missed the time when he was in love with Chen Mingyan. It seemed that the past was just yesterday, but in the blink of an eye, many years had passed. Mingyan, thank you for thinking this way. In any case, your position in my heart is very special. Yang Ming said, in fact, in your heart, every woman's position is very special, right? Chen Mingyan smiled slightly. I'm not a child now. You don't have to use these sweet words to coax me. I understand, Yang Ming was embarrassed. He really thought so, but he didn't expect that Chen Mingyan directly exposed the lie. If it were the previous Chen Mingyan, she would definitely be very happy, but now it was very different. Don't explain. I have grown up. Chen Mingyan smiled and said, I don't care about this. What first place, second place, doesn't mean anything. I know very well what I am in your heart. I don't want to compete for this. However, the more Chen Mingyan said so, the more moved Yang Ming's heart was and the more affection he had for Chen Mingyan. He gently hugged Chen Mingyan and said in her ear, Tonight, I will go to your place. Just the two of us. Chen Mingyan said those before. Some of them were from the heart, but some were also deliberate. How to make Yang Ming like her. Chen Mingyan also understood a lot during this time. These were all taught to her by Sun Jia. That can't be done. There's so many people. I'm the last one. If your physical strength is not enough, don't come. Chen Mingyan rolled her eyes at Yang Ming and smiled. Physical strength is not enough. Yang Ming thought of his Jin Gang voodoo and the incomplete version of Vigor God voodoo. With these two, coupled with the effect of heart voodoo to strengthen the body, Yang Ming really wouldn't be in a situation where his physical strength was not enough. Only an existence like Yang Ming could cope with so many wives. This trip to Miaojiang was really Yang Ming's good fortune. Right. What other women do you have outside? Can you bring them over together? Chen Mingyan said, I don't want to have someone come to recognize me after we move to X Island. Chapter 2251. Ugh. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. There are two, but we don't have a substantial relationship yet. I've been gone for so long. I don't know if she's still willing. What about the other two? I thought there was only Lu Huamei. Chen Mingyan stared at Yang Ming in surprise. Ugh, you know Lu Huamei? Yang Ming was a little surprised when he heard Chen Mingyan's words. Of course I know her. Jing Xiaolu said that she's your woman. Chen Mingyan curled her lips. I've seen her before. She's quite pretty. She's also good at business. In the future, Island X will focus on business development, so we'll need a lot of people to manage it. If you like her, then bring her back. If you don't like her, then forget it. Don't hurt her. I kind of like her. Yang Ming pondered for a while and said, well, I kind of like her. He only had a good impression of Lu Huamei, but he didn't have any feelings for her. His feelings for her weren't even as deep as his feelings for Shen Yushi. Therefore, Yang Ming was a little troubled when he mentioned Lu Huamei. It's good that you like her. Chen Mingyan looked at Yang Ming with a faint smile and said, if you don't like her, then it'll be troublesome. What do you mean? What do you mean by troublesome? Yang Ming was a little confused. Jing Xiaolu often beautifies you in front of Lu Huamei. Lu Huamei actually has a good impression of you. This way, Lu Huamei will really fall in love with you over time. If you suddenly don't want her anymore. Chen Mingyan shook her head. It'll probably be a big blow. Then you still asked me if I liked her and told me not to hold her back. Yang Ming couldn't help but smile bitterly after hearing Chen Mingyan's words. Of course, you're a soft-hearted person. If I told you first, and you knew that there was a girl who missed you so much, maybe your heart would soften and you would accept her. Chen Mingyan said, although you already have a lot of women, it's better to have one less. There's nothing you can do about it. Sweat. Yang Ming didn't expect Chen Mingyan to answer like this. Stop sweating. Who was the other one? Why didn't I know? Chen Mingyan asked. Didn't Xiaolu tell you about the other one? Yang Ming said, it's Shen Yushi. Is it the poor girl with the broken leg? Chen Mingyan naturally knew about Shen Yushi, but she did not expect it to be her. This surprised Chen Mingyan. However, if it were another girl, Chen Mingyan would not let her in easily. After all, if it were someone she didn't know or had nothing to do with, Chen Mingyan would have to examine the character. However, Yang Ming said that it was Shen Yushi. Chen Mingyan thought of this weak girl who was bullied and forced to jump down the stairs to break her leg. She felt sympathy for no reason. What's so good about both of you? I can't say that it's good. Yang Ming sighed. After breaking Shen Yushi's leg, he sought justice for her. Shen Yushi lost confidence in life because of her broken leg. She had some thoughts of suicide and inferiority. Yang Ming constantly comforted and comforted her. He also helped her to find a doctor. Shen Yushi secretly promised that Yang Ming did not want to disappoint her. He did not want her to give up hope of treatment. So, Yang Ming told her that he would be with her when she recovered. This was a white lie. However, as time passed, Yang Ming and Shen Yushi became more and more familiar with each other. He also fell in love with this girl. It turns out to be like this. Chen Mingyan nodded. Then let her in. She's the last one. There can't be more. Chen Mingyan said, if there are more, the house won't be able to accommodate all of us. Island X is a big place. When the time comes, we can cultivate a manor. How many people can live in it? Yang Ming smiled. Why? Yang Ming, do you still want to find more? Chen Mingyan raised her eyebrows and asked. Naturally, I don't want to. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. I've already passed the age where I can't control myself when I see beautiful women. Now, these women who are added later can't be helped. It's natural, I know. I won't give you this opportunity in the future. Chen Mingyan said, well, I will call Jing Xiaolu and Sister Sun Jia and ask them to come over for dinner tonight. Okay, you guys prepare the meal. I will go out and bring my parents, godparents, and godparents over. Let's have a reunion meal together as a family. Yang Ming said, I haven't informed my parents yet when I came back until now. Okay. Chen Mingyan nodded and said, then you go quickly. Our parents will be very happy to see you return safely. Yeah, I miss them too. Yang Ming nodded and said, Right, that Shun Yushi, bring her over too. After all, it's a reunion dinner. It's not good to have no one. Sister Suya can't be helped. She can't rush back, but at least we have to call those who are nearby. Chen Mingyan said, Shun Yushi is now in Songshan City. I'm afraid she can't make it back. When I am free tomorrow or the day after, I will pick her up personally. Yang Ming said, Okay, then we'll talk about it tomorrow or the day after. Chen Mingyan didn't insist after listening. After all, there was still a long way to go from Songshan City to here. Shun Yushi's leg had problems, so it wasn't convenient for her to go back and forth. Yang Ming greeted the girls and asked Lu Tianxi and Chun Xiaojing, second brother, second sister-in-law, I'm going back to see my parents, and then I'm going to see my godparents. Shall we go together? Okay. Lu Tianxi said, Xiaojing and I are still thinking about whether to stay here for dinner tonight. After all, Xiaojing and I have informed our parents before. It's not good if we don't go home. Lu Tianxi and Chun Xiaojing didn't want to surprise their family like Yang Ming did. Instead, when Yang Ming and the others handed in the mission in Yanjing, they contacted their family and reported that they were safe. So if they came back at this time, it wouldn't be good if they didn't go home. Then let's go. Yang Ming nodded and asked, Where is the key to my BMW X5? I didn't see the car. Your car has been requisitioned by us. There's so many people. The car isn't enough. Either Sister Xiao Qing drove it away or Sister Sun Jie drove it away. Sister Sun Jie's sports car isn't very convenient to drive in the city. Some places are under construction. Chen Mingyan said, Okay. Yang Ming shrugged and said, Fatty, give me your car key. No problem. I can even be the driver. Fatty took out the car key without saying anything. It's not troublesome to be the driver. You help Ming Yin and the others to prepare dinner here. I don't treat you as an outsider. Let's eat together tonight. Yang Ming instructed Fatty. Chapter 2252. No problem. Of course, I'm not an outsider. What does it matter to me? The fat man said, Just leave the physical work to me. Yang Ming smiled and shook his head. He picked up the car keys and left the villa with Lu Tianxi and Chun Xiaojing. Yang Ming got into the car and drove all the way to the Mingyang district where his home was located. The scenery on the road was still familiar, but it felt like a long time had passed. It made Yang Ming feel emotional. During this period of living in the mountain forest in the Medicine Valley, Yang Ming was a little out of touch with the city. He was not used to the sudden return. Even driving, he was not particularly used to it. He almost did not rear end the car in front. When he was in the Medicine Valley, Yang Ming drove casually. He did not worry about the problem of traffic jams at all. However, it was different now. He was back in the city again. Yang Ming drove for a while before he slowly got used to it. The car drove into his own district. Looking at the familiar environment, the place where he grew up, Yang Ming sighed slightly. I'm finally back. Second brother, are you going up? Asked Yang Ming. We won't go up. Lu Tianxi pondered and said, You are meeting with uncle and auntie. It's not good for us to join in the fun. We didn't know each other before. At this time, it will affect the atmosphere. When you come down later, we'll get to know each other. That's good too. Yang Ming nodded, got out of the car, and went upstairs along his own unit. Everything here was so familiar. When he went upstairs, Yang Ming could not help but think of the time when he was in high school. He thought of the fight with Jean Gang at night. When his bicycle was smashed, he was scolded by his parents at that time. He even called Zhao Ying to verify it. However, he did not expect that in the blink of an eye, Zhao Ying would become his wife. The world is really wonderful. Yang Ming sighed. When he came to the door of his house, Yang Ming suddenly realized that he had forgotten to bring the keys. When he went home just now, he did not bring the keys with him. Yang Ming knocked on the door and waited patiently at the door. Who? Mother Yang's voice came from inside the house. Listening to this familiar and cordial voice, Yang Ming felt a burst of warmth in his heart. Mom, it's me, Yang Ming said. Yang Ming's mother was startled. She immediately opened the door with a bang. She was pleasantly surprised as she looked at Yang Ming in disbelief. Big Ming, you're back? Yes, Mom, I'm back. Yang Ming nodded and smiled. The mission went smoothly and was completed ahead of time. That's great. Mother Yang was suddenly overjoyed. She happily pulled Yang Ming into the house and looked at him from head to toe. When you left, Mother was worried to death. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to see you for many years. I didn't expect that you would come back so quickly. In the blink of an eye, you are back. It was nothing. I was afraid that you would be worried, so I said the longest time. But the mission was completed, so I came back. Yang Ming smiled and said, Mom, don't you have to work today? I have to work, but there is nothing to do in the property company. This property company is also owned by our family. I have nothing to do with this time every day, so I come back first to cook for your dad. Mother Yang said, At this time, your dad will be back soon. Oh, Dad doesn't have a social engagement every day? Yang Ming was a bit surprised. Social engagement? Last time, he brought a lady to the door. Did he still dare to socialize? Mother Yang snorted and said, Fortunately, you helped him solve it. Otherwise, this matter would be troublesome. Ugh. Yang Ming couldn't comment on his parents' matter. He could only laugh. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Big Ming, why did you come back alone? Where are the others? Mother Yang was referring to Chen Mingyan and the others. Right, Mom. You don't have to cook today. Come to our place to eat together. Mingyan and the others have prepared the meal. Yang Ming said they're busy at home. So that's the case. Good. Mother Yang said after listening. Then, let's go now. Wait for my dad. Yang Ming said, There's no hurry. Mom, you pack up first. Let's go downstairs and wait for him. I also have 2 friends to introduce to you. That's fine. I will pack up now. Mother Yang nodded and said, Big Ming, I really didn't expect you to come back. It's like a dream. In fact, I didn't expect that the matter would be solved so smoothly, but everything has its own destiny. Isn't it good to solve it? Yang Ming smiled and said, Right. You haven't seen Ming Yin and the others for a long time, right? Us. Why didn't we see them? Ming Yin, Ji Yun, and Jia often come here as guests. They always come to see us. Mother Yang said, Ming Yin, this child, is very filial. Every now and then she would buy some things. Although the family doesn't lack these things, it's their child's good intentions. Oh, they often come here. Yang Ming thought that he had left. His parents also hadn't seen Chen Mingyan for a while. It seemed that this wasn't the case. Only the 3 of them? Yeah, who else? Mother Yang was stunned. Ugh, it's okay. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. It seemed that Chen Mingyan hadn't said that Yang Ming had so many women. First, it was hard to explain. Second, she wanted to wait for Yang Ming to come back and say it herself. Otherwise, it would seem like she was complaining. Okay, you child, you don't even know what you're talking about. Mother Yang shook her head and then began to tidy up. It could be seen that Mother Yang had carefully dressed up today. After all, it was a formal dinner to see her daughter-in-law. She naturally couldn't be too casual. However, Yang Ming smiled and said, Mom, you don't have to be so careful. No one will dare to laugh at you. That won't do. You don't have to worry about it. Mother Yang waved her hand and said, Yang Ming smiled and didn't say anything. After a while, Mother Yang finished tidying up and went downstairs with Yang Ming. At this time, an Audi A8L drove into the community and parked in the parking space downstairs where Yang Ming was after the community was taken over by the Ming Yang Property Company. The bicycle shed, flower beds, garbage dump, and boiler room that used to occupy the yard were demolished and built into a parking lot in Leisure Square. After all, there were fewer and fewer people riding bicycles now. The bicycle shed was no longer practical. The flower beds and garbage dump were also the products of the old community. There were no flowers in the flower beds, and the garbage dump was even more useless. Now, garbage was collected. No one would throw garbage in the garbage dump. As for the boiler room, the community had been transformed into a centralized heating system. There was no need to burn the boiler. Chapter 2253. The entire community looked brand new. This was all thanks to the Ming Yang Property Company. This also made the residents in the community pay the property fee willingly. After all, the improvement of the community's environment was obvious to all. Those leaky roofs that had been in disrepair for a long time were also repaired properly. The corridors were also installed with new electronic doors and voice-controlled lights. The development of the entire community was getting better. Moreover, with the continuous growth of Mingyang heavy industry, these old employees of the Songjiang bus factory, as long as they had some ability, were more or less the small leaders of the company's departments under Yang Dahai. With money in hand, they also bought private cars. In the parking lot downstairs, Yang Ming saw a few good cars. There were many luxury brands such as Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Porsche, and Land Rover. Yang Dahai parked the car and looked at the Audi Q7 next to him strangely. The people living in this community were all acquaintances of the company. Yang Dahai was clear about who had what car, but he had never heard of anyone buying a $1 million car like the Audi Q7. Dad! Yang Ming went out of the unit door and saw Yang Dahai. He immediately waved and greeted. Big Ming. Yang Dahai initially thought that he had misheard, but when he saw Yang Ming and his wife walking out of the corridor unit door, he suddenly believed that his son was back. Dad! Yang Ming smiled and said, I was waiting for you. You don't have to go upstairs. Come with Mom to sit with me and Ming Yan. Let's have dinner together tonight. Okay. Yang Dahai was so excited that he said the word okay twice. There were a lot of questions in his heart that he wanted to ask, but he didn't know how to ask for a while. Dad, I know that you have questions to ask, but don't ask now. Get in the car with Mom first. When you reach me and Ming Yan, I will tell you in detail about my mission. Yang Ming smiled. Now that the mission had been successfully completed, Yang Ming didn't have to keep a secret. When he dealt with Elder Yu, Yang Ming was afraid that the news would be leaked, so he didn't tell his parents clearly. However, he was also afraid that they would be worried. All right, then get in the car. Yang Dahai just locked the car and quickly opened the door again. Wait a minute, there are two friends. Let me introduce them to you first. Yang Ming saw Lu Tianqi and Chen Xiaojing get out of the car, so he waved to them and said, Second brother, second sister-in-law. Second brother, second sister-in-law. When Yang Dahai and Mother Yang saw the man and woman coming down from the Audi Q7, they felt a bit strange. Yang Ming called them second brother and second sister-in-law, but Yang Dahai and Mother Yang didn't know them. They had never seen them before. Dad, Mom, these two are Lu Tianqi's second brother and Chen Xiaojing's sister-in-law. Lu Tianqi's second brother is my godfather, Lu Weishan's son. Yang Ming introduced. Chen Xiaojing is his wife. It's brother Lu's son. When Yang Dahai heard Yang Ming's introduction, he was really surprised and happy. During this time, after Yang Ming left, Yang Dahai, Mother Yang, Chen Mingyan, Lin Jiun, and Zhou Jieja often dragged them to the restaurant to eat with Lu Weishan and Chu Huifeng. Therefore, Yang Dahai was now quite familiar with Lu Weishan. He also knew about the disappearance of his son and daughter-in-law, but he didn't expect that they were actually found. Uncle Yang, Auntie Zhang, Lu Tianqi, and Chen Xiaojing quickly came over to greet them. They already knew the surname of Yang Ming's mother from him. You? When did you come back? Why are you with Big Ming? Yang Dahai asked curiously. Uncle Yang, Yang Ming, and I met when we were performing a mission in Miaojiang. In fact, Yang Ming saved me. Lu Tianqi smiled and said, Yang Ming and I have a big brother. We have become sworn brothers. I am the second brother, and Yang Ming is the third brother. It turned out to be like this. Great. If Brother Lu sees you, he will definitely be very happy. Yang Dahai was very happy after hearing it. Let's go now. Let's go to Brother Lu's house first and call Brother Lu and sister-in-law. Let's go to Big Ming together. Dad, we originally planned to do so. Yang Ming smiled and said, get in the car. Although the Q7 is a 7-seater car, it is not convenient for us to sit in the third row. We have to pick up Godfather and Godmother later. Let's drive 2 cars. Okay. Yang Dahai nodded and got in the car. So the 2 cars drove together, one in front and one behind, in the direction of Songjiang Industry University. Fatty's car didn't have the pass for the family area of Songjiang Industry University. Although there was another pass, Yang Ming didn't want to show these things here. He had already quit the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. Naturally, he had to be low-key, so he parked the car directly in the parking lot at the entrance of the family area. Yang Dehai's car had a pass, but when he saw Yang Ming park the car at the entrance, he naturally followed him and parked the car. The familiar community, the familiar building, and knocking on the familiar door made Lu Tianqi and Chen Xiaojing emotional. I don't know how our new house is doing. Is it still habitable? Lu Tianqi said emotionally. Yeah, when we renovated the new house, we were taken away by Elder Yu before we could live in it. Chen Xiaojing was also a little emotional. Ugh, second brother and second sister-in-law, I have a very sorry thing to tell you. Yang Ming sweated and said, Your new house, I lived with Ling Ling in the beginning. I'm afraid that you messed it up. Haha, what's wrong with that? You and Ling Ling are not outsiders. We have lived together in the Medicine Valley for so long. What's wrong with that? Lu Tianqi shook his head. But it's also a coincidence. If there was no relationship at the beginning, we might not have met each other in the Medicine Valley. And we wouldn't have worked together like this. That's true. Yang Ming saw that Lu Tianqi didn't care at all, so he didn't say anything more. Lu Weishan was now the principal of the school, so he was busy with work. He hadn't gotten off work yet, but Aunt Chu was at home. When she opened the door and saw a large group of people at the door, she was stunned. Tianqi, Xiaojing? Aunt Chu already knew that her son and daughter-in-law were fine, but when she saw them return safely, she was still very happy and emotional. Big Ming? Brother Yang, sister-in-law, you are here too? Come in and sit down. I'll call old Lu and ask him to come back quickly. Godmother, you don't have to care about me and my parents. We are too familiar with each other. You should talk to second brother and second sister-in-law. Yang Ming sat on the sofa, casually. Here, he was as casual as his own home, so he didn't have to be polite. Okay, Big Ming. Then you wash fruit and make tea for your parents. Aunt Chu didn't hold back and looked at Lu Tianqi and Chen Xiaojing emotionally. Chapter 2254. Aunt Chu hadn't seen her son and daughter-in-law for many years. After meeting, she naturally asked about their well-being. Although a lot of words were said on the phone before, meeting and calling were two different things. After Lu Weishan received the call, he quickly rushed back, but Lu Weishan wasn't as excited as Aunt Chu. He was very calm. First, he greeted Yang Dehai and Mother Yang. Then he patted Yang Ming's shoulder and smiled. Big Ming, someone is standing at the door and doesn't dare to come in. Can you go and see? Oh, Yang Ming was slightly stunned, and then he understood Lu Weishan's words. He subconsciously asked, Sister Xiaoqing? Lu Weishan nodded with a smile. Although Lu Weishan and Aunt Chu knew about the relationship between Yang Ming and Xiaoqing, Yang Ming still didn't tell his parents. After all, Chen Mingyan didn't know about this, so Yang Ming couldn't bring Xiaoqing back. But now, the relationship was made public. Chen Mingyan didn't say anything. Yang Ming naturally introduced Xiaoqing to his parents. Xiaoqing didn't dare to enter the house at this moment, which was reasonable. After all, she was much older than Yang Ming. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that she was older than Yang Ming. She was 10 years older than Yang Ming. At this age, it was okay to call her Annie, so Xiaoqing had a lot of concerns. She was afraid that after entering the house, Yang Ming's parents would look down on her, so she didn't come in at the door. Big Ming, do you know how to deal with it? Do you need me to help you? Asked Lu Weishan. No need. Godfather, I can do it myself. Yang Ming's current state of mind was completely different from before he went to Miaojiang. At this moment, Yang Ming was more mature and more responsible. Naturally, he wouldn't care about this little thing. What Yang Ming was afraid of was his parents' attitude toward Xiaoqing. As for other things, he really didn't consider it. The issue of age wasn't a problem at all. In terms of seniority, Lu Tianqi was Yang Ming's second brother. He was a few years older than Xiaoqing. The eldest brother, Lin Dongfang, was even older. The three of them were sworn brothers. In comparison, Xiaoqing was still younger. Lu Tianqi didn't feel any pressure calling Xiao Qing's sister-in-law. Big brother Lu, what are you playing at with Big Ming? What are you talking about? What do you want to say? Mother Yang looked at Lu Weishan and Yang Ming strangely. She didn't know what the two of them were talking about. About this. I'll let Yang Ming explain it to you in person. Since he said that he would explain it himself, I won't participate. Ha! Lu Weishan smiled and walked towards Lu Tianqi and Chen Xiaojing. Tianqi, Xiaojing, I'm very happy to see you back. Me too, Dad. Lu Tianqi stood up and looked at Lu Weishan with a smile. The most correct thing you did was to recognize third brother as your godson. Otherwise, I wouldn't have this opportunity. I wouldn't be able to come back in this lifetime. Lu Tianqi smiled. Second brother. Even if there was no such thing, I still had to go to Miaojiang. Yang Ming smiled and said as he walked to the door. When he went out, he saw Xiao Qing standing nervously at the door, not knowing what to do. Yang Ming. Xiao Qing carefully lowered her voice and called out to Yang Ming. Or forget it. I said before that I don't want any identity or status to be your mistress. Chen Mingyan and the others have recognized me. It is already a great fortune for me. I won't go to see uncle and auntie. They will definitely laugh at me when they know my age. Do you know? Yang Ming looked at Xiao Qing with a smile and hugged her in his arms. Sister Xiao Qing, you haven't seen me for so long. Don't you miss me? You still talk about these things when we meet. Don't you know how to give me a hug? Go. What time is it now? You still want a hug? Xiao Qing was shy and pushed away Yang Ming. I said it. Do you agree or not? Agree to what? Yang Ming let go of Xiao Qing and looked at Xiao Qing up and down. Sister Xiao Qing, don't you realize that you are very young now? Moreover, you deliberately changed your hairstyle today and wore some girly clothes. Isn't it just to meet my parents? Why are you timid when you are at the door? Xiao Qing was embarrassed by Yang Ming's words. Indeed, she received a call from Chun Mingyan today, so she went back to the apartment to dress up. She dressed up like a sister next door, but when it came to it, she was timid again. After all, if she went to meet Yang Ming's parents with Chun Mingyan and so many others, Xiao Qing wouldn't be so afraid. After all, there were so many women. Yang Ming's parents couldn't look at them carefully one by one. Xiao Qing could get away with it first. She wouldn't mention her age in the future. But now, she didn't expect Lu Weishan to call her over first. So Xiao Qing was afraid that when Yang Ming's parents asked, she couldn't answer. What if Yang Ming's parents weren't happy and said that after a few years, she would be old and Yang Ming wouldn't like her anymore? Sister Xiao Qing, you are too conflicted. Didn't you notice that you have been with me for so long, but your face is still the same as before? You haven't aged at all? Not only that, but your body is much better than before. You are getting younger and younger. Yang Ming asked with a smile. You mean voodoo? When Xiao Qing was mentioned by Yang Ming, she suddenly realized that it was indeed like this. No wonder when Xiao Qing was dressing up today, she couldn't believe her eyes after changing her hairstyle. Was this still her 30-year-old self? It was almost the same as 10 years ago when she was in university. However, even with such thoughts, Xiao Qing still felt that she was old. She would be rejected by Yang Ming's parents if she was with Yang Ming. Yes, it is voodoo. Yang Ming nodded and said, so this time I also got a mental cultivation method. According to the cultivation method, immortality is not a dream. At that time, this small difference in age, when we are hundreds of years old, what is the difference? Yang Ming nodded and said, so this time I also got a mental cultivation method. This, really? Xiao Qing was a little moved by Yang Ming's words. Of course. Well, come in. Everyone is waiting for you. After Yang Ming finished, he generously took Xiao Qing's hand and walked into the house together. Mother Yang was a little curious about what Yang Ming was doing, so she had been paying attention to him. When she saw Yang Ming come back, she saw that he came in with a beautiful girl. Mother Yang suddenly frowned slightly. What is this Yang Ming doing? How did he get to know another beautiful girl? Chen Mingyan, Zhou Jiajia, and Lin Jian aren't enough? There is also Lan Ling and Suya. There are so many. Why did he find another one? Chapter 2255. Yang Ming, what are you doing? Mother Yang asked with some displeasure. Xiao Qing saw Mother Yang's expression, and her heart suddenly tightened. She was not afraid of anything else, but she was afraid that Yang Ming's parents would be unhappy. As a result, they were really unhappy. Therefore, Xiao Qing subconsciously broke away from Yang Ming's hand. Xiao Qing, who was originally natural and unrestrained, was like a little girl at this moment. She lowered her head and played with her fingers carefully. She was a little overwhelmed. "Auntie, don't blame Yang Ming. It's me who seduced him. I will leave, ah?" Mother Yang was actually not angry with Xiao Qing at all. She was angry because she was going to have dinner with Chun Mingyan soon. Why did he suddenly bring a beautiful girl back? However, when Xiao Qing said this, Mother Yang was a little apologetic. She quickly said, "Child, don't be like this. I'm talking about Yang Ming, not you. Did Big Ming bully you? Come, Ani will help you." As Mother Yang said this, she quickly pulled Xiao Qing. To be honest, when Mother Yang saw Xiao Qing's quiet and well-mannered appearance, she knew that she was not a bad girl. She said this at this moment obviously because she didn't want to trouble Yang Ming. Mother Yang was not stupid. Mother Yang wasn't stupid. Now that she was the manager of a real estate company, she was much better at thinking about problems than before. Previously, Lu Weishan and Yang Ming were talking in riddles, which meant that this girl was brought by Lu Weishan. Mother Yang knew Lu Weishan's character and knowledge. Since he brought a girl, she definitely wasn't the kind of girl who would seduce others casually. So, Mother Yang knew that Xiao Qing was helping Yang Ming get out of this situation, seeing that she had a close relationship with Yang Ming. How could Mother Yang let Xiao Qing be wronged? "Mom, this is Xiao Qing." Yang Ming was a little dumbfounded and introduced her to his mother. "She is also Godfather's goddaughter, ah? So I misunderstood?" Mother Yang was stunned, but then she felt that something was wrong. She didn't misunderstand. If she and Yang Ming were siblings before, it was normal for them to hold hands. But the key was what she said afterward. It was tantamount to a confession. "No, Big Ming, you, and Xiao Qing, Mom, Qing Qing is also my girlfriend." Yang Ming smiled bitterly. "I was in a hurry when I left, so I didn't have time to tell you. But it's not too late to tell you now. Don't listen to her nonsense. She is actually a good girl. It's your son who fell in love with her over time." Although Mother Yang had already guessed some things, she was still a little shocked when Yang Ming admitted it personally. This AI. Mother Yang was a little numb to the appearance of Chun Mingyan, Lin Jiun, Zhou Jiajia, Lan Ling, and Suya. So at this time, she didn't have much resistance when Xiao Qing appeared. She just felt that Yang Ming was a little sorry for Chun Mingyan. How should she tell Chun Mingyan? Yang Dehai was accustomed to big scenes. At this moment, he smiled slightly and quickly mediated. "Qing Qing, I always heard Brother Lu mention you before, but I haven't seen you. I was wondering why you didn't appear. It turns out that there are other secrets." "Huh, Uncle, Xiao Qing was a little embarrassed. "Xiao Qing, we have known each other for a long time. We are not strangers." Lu Tianqi smiled and greeted Xiao Qing. Lu Tianqi used to be a researcher at Songjiang Industry University, so he naturally knew Xiao Qing. "I have to call you sister-in-law in the future. Mom, don't worry about it. Mingyan already knew about this. Qing Qing also lives in the villa. We could go together later." Yang Ming looked at Mother Yang's expression and said with a smile, "You child, why didn't you say so earlier?" Mother Yang listened to Yang Ming's words and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She glared at Yang Ming and said, "If you said so earlier, would I still be worried? I wouldn't have scared Qing Qing. You have already settled Mingyan's side. Then, why are you still hiding it from me?" Mother Yang's main concern was Chun Mingyan. Since Chun Mingyan had no problem, then what was she worried about? If there was one more daughter-in-law, then there was one more. Anyway, there was already a lot. One more wouldn't matter. Moreover, Chun Mingyan had also told Yang Dehai and Mother Yang about Yang Ming's idea. He had bought a small island at sea. In the future, everyone would move there together. There was no need to worry about marriage. After all, it was Yang Ming's own private island. Naturally, it was up to Yang Ming to decide. "Mom, I haven't said anything yet, and you are already angry." Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Okay. In this case, I won't say anything more. Meng Yin and Qing Qing, the two parties involved, have no opinion. As a mother-in-law, I can't say too much. Mother Yang smiled bitterly and shook her head. Haha, Brother Lu, we are now even closer. Yang Dahai said to Lu Weishan. Then tonight, we won't rest until we are drunk. Good, this is naturally good. Although Lu Weishan wasn't too worried about Yang Dahai and Mother Yang's attitude toward Xiao Qing, seeing that they had no other opinions at the moment, he was naturally very happy. Although Xiao Qing was a goddaughter, after Lu Tianqi's disappearance, Lu Weishan basically treated her as his own daughter. Although Xiao Qing was also married to his godson, Yang Ming, at this moment, the matter was officially settled. His mood was still very different. Mother Yang pulled Xiao Qing to ask about this and that, while Lu Weishan and Aunt Shu were chatting with Lu Tianqi and Chen Xiaojing. Yang Ming was pulled to the side by Yang Dahai. Son, aren't you too badass? It's just so-so. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. This is just so-so. AI, if I had half of your ability, it would be good. Last time, the matter of the young lady, your mother wouldn't let go. Whenever she had time, she would scold me. I really can't compare. Yang Dahai shook his head. Dad, are you looking for another one? Yang Ming asked with a smile. I won't look for another one. Yang Dahai suddenly shook his head. I almost couldn't solve it last time. How would I dare to look for another one? It's fine if you don't look for another one. Dad, your situation is different from mine. Many things have happened to me, and there are many secrets. Yang Ming sighed. These coincidences have allowed me to reach a high level. You and my mother are an old married couple. You have been together for so many years. If you look for another one, it won't make sense. After all, my mother isn't Meng Yan. It's fine for her to see me looking for another one. But if you look for another one, it will be a big problem. Haha, yeah, so I don't have that thought now. Yang Dahai said, previously, you put me in the position of the chairman. I was a little self-confident, so I had a lot of social activities. Now that I've thought it through, it's actually better to be calm. Chapter 2256. After everyone chatted for a while, they prepared to go to Yang Ming's villa. Just as they were about to leave, Yang Ming received a call from Chun Mingyan. Mingyan? How is it? Yang Ming picked up the phone. The food at home is ready. Your women are also back. Chun Mingyan smiled and said, however, Sister Xiao Qing didn't come back. Is she with you? You're really amazing. She's by my side. Yang Ming smiled and said, are the others back? And, except for Sister Suya, the others are back. Lu Huamei is also here, said Chen Mingyan. She's here too? It's not good for her to come to today's occasion, right? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. It's not good that she is here. You can see for yourself. Anyway, I have agreed. I don't care anymore, said Chen Mingyan. Okay, we will go back right away. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and hung up the phone. Whether it was Yang Ming's villa, Yang Dahai, Mother Yang, Lu Weishan, or Chu Huifeng, it was their first time going there. After all, everyone was usually very busy. Yang Ming wasn't at home, so Yang Dahai couldn't take the initiative to go to the place where Chen Mingyan and the other three girls lived. Moreover, Chun Mingyan usually brought Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jiejia to visit them at home. They almost never took the initiative to contact Chen Mingyan. Big Ming, your villa is quite big. Yang Ming sighed as the car stopped at the door of Yang Ming's villa. In the past, he had never been here. He only heard Yang Ming say how comfortable the villa was, but he was reluctant to part with the old neighbors. There was also a kind of attachment and reluctance to part with the old house. But now, seeing Yang Ming's villa, he was a little fond of the new and tired of the old. After all, when he first became the chairman, Yang Dahai didn't feel anything. The community was full of old neighbors. He felt that it was good to live together and take care of each other because of their many years of old relationship. But after a long time, Yang Dahai also found that it wasn't the case. The old neighbors in the community saw that some people were small department leaders in the company, and they began to envy them. They felt that with their relationship with Yang Dahai for many years, they could be a small leader. Even if it wasn't a manager, it should be a small person in charge, right? So, these people began to invite Yang Dahai to eat and gave him some gifts. At first, Yang Dahai helped them arrange some positions in the company because of the relationship with the old neighbors. But after all, although this company was his Yang family, it was Yang Ming's. Yang Dahai couldn't appoint people by favoritism, right? Moreover, some of the neighbors who had relatives and children at home and didn't have jobs wanted to work in Yang Dahai's company through their connections. They began to arrange a few people. Yang Dahai also helped. After all, they had asked and invited you to eat. It wouldn't make sense if you didn't help. But these people were too many, and Yang Dahai was in a dilemma. The company had the company's recruitment system and conditions. It wasn't good to always rely on connections. Although he was the chairman and had the final say in the company, Yang Dahai also saw that it definitely couldn't go on like this. Next, he didn't go to anyone's banquet. The things that other people brought during the holidays were also taken back. However, in this way, the relationship between Yang Dahai and the neighbors could no longer be the same as before. At this time, the people in the community also understood that Yang Dahai was no longer the Yang Dahai of the past. He was the chairman. It was impossible for him to always mix with the old neighbors, and it was impossible for him to change the company's personnel system because of a word from you. In order not to look for trouble, Yang Dahai usually went to work with a straight face. He didn't greet others casually. He also nodded faintly to his subordinates. In this way, Yang Dahai felt that it was meaningless. In the position of the chairman, it was no longer possible to maintain the friendship with the old neighbors like before. Those people all associated with Yang Dahai with awe and purpose. Yang Dahai could only avoid them. Therefore, over time, Yang Dahai was not willing to live in the former community. He had wanted to move away for a long time, but his son wasn't at home. He went to perform a mission and didn't come back safely. Yang Dahai didn't have any thoughts of moving, but when he came here and saw Yang Ming's villa, he also had some thoughts. Dad, why don't you and Mom move here too? The villa next to us is Yin Yin's. She has moved here to live with me now. The villa is also empty. Yang Ming saw his father's thoughts and pointed to the villa next to him. Yin Yin. Yang Dahai was slightly stunned. He didn't know who Yang Ming was talking about, but it was a girl's name. Also, move here to live with Yang Ming? What does this mean? Yang Dahai subconsciously understood something. He looked at the villa next to Yang Ming and looked at Yang Ming. You didn't even let go of the neighbor? The neighbor's girl was also taken by you. Sweat. Yang Ming suddenly sweated and realized that he had spilled the beans, but he had to explain, no, when I met her, we weren't neighbors. It was only because of some coincidences that we got together. Moreover, she and I are actually officially engaged. Her family is in Europe's Butterfly Castle. We have already held an engagement ceremony. Engagement? How come I don't know? Yang Dahai looked at Yang Ming inexplicably. He didn't know what he was talking about. When did you get engaged? I'm your father. How come I didn't know? This is a long story. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. The reason why I am so powerful is actually because I have a master. My master and this girl's family have an engagement. That is, his disciple will marry this girl, so Yang Dahai and Mother Yang were confused. That is to say, you have another girlfriend? And Mingyan also knows. Yang Ming quickly brought Chen Mingyan out, indicating that Chen Mingyan had no opinion. Then, Qing Qing, do you also know? Mother Yang looked at Xiao Qing and asked. Of course I know. We live together every day. Xiao Qing smiled and said, our relationship is very good. Ani, you don't have to worry about anything unpleasant. AI, Big Ming, even I, as a mother, can't see through you. It seems that since the third year of high school, you suddenly shocked the world. Not only did you get admitted to a good university, but you could also make money. You also joined the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. Your skills were amazing. The women around you were also one after another. They were all beautiful and well-educated girls. Mother Yang shook her head. Chapter 2257. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Wasn't it because of the problem in the third year of high school? That year, Yang Ming unexpectedly obtained the magical glasses that Sun Sikong gave him. He suddenly gained a lot of self-confidence, which allowed Yang Ming to walk out of the shadow of self-abandonment. In fact, sometimes in retrospect, this pair of glasses was a small trick. It wasn't the final key to success. The final key to success was the mentality. Yang Ming's mentality was different. He had the heart of a strong person. In this way, it allowed Yang Ming to succeed step by step. Among them, although the glasses had played some indispensable role, without the glasses, Yang Ming's starting point might be lower than now, but it wasn't completely impossible to succeed. At least, meeting Fong Tian and Lan Ling, these things were predestined. At most, in some occasions, he couldn't use the X-ray vision ability. Without this ability, Yang Ming would have some difficulties when fighting with Jin Gang's men and Wang Xiaoyan's men. He would suffer a little, but it shouldn't be too much of a problem. After that, Yang Ming had been relying less and less on this X-ray vision ability. He wouldn't use this pair of glasses unless it was a critical moment. He relied on his own ability, so Yang Ming couldn't help but sigh. Everything is a problem of mentality. What are you laughing at? Ching, tell me. Is Yang Ming still hiding something from us? Mother Yang saw that Yang Ming couldn't say anything, so she turned to Xiao Qing and asked, Ching, you can't hide from us. Uncle Ani? Xiao Qing smiled bitterly. Let her say Yang Ming? How should she say it? Okay, you don't have to make it difficult for Ching. What do you want her to say? Yang Dahai shook his head and said, I think we should let Big Ming say it himself. Xiao Qing shrugged and expressed helplessness. Dad, Mom, let's talk about it inside. Yang Ming said, wait a while. You will all know. You know everything? Mother Yang was slightly surprised. Sure enough, you still have something to hide from me. This. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and said, there are indeed some things that I didn't say. Could it be that you have other women besides Ching? Mother Yang was quite sensitive right now. So, when she saw Yang Ming's expression, she immediately guessed the meaning behind his words. Xiao Qing smiled slightly and looked at Yang Ming mischievously. She meant that she didn't say it, but Annie guessed it herself. Fuck, Mom, you really can predict things like a god. Yang Ming said, sure enough, there is more. Mother Yang was stunned. I say, Big Ming, aren't you a bit too much? Although I don't mind having too many as my daughter-in-law, and I will definitely be very happy when I give birth to a lot of grandchildren, it can't be said that there is no limit to the number of children, right? Even if I'm willing, can you arrange it for me? One a day. How many days has it been? Yang Ming's face suddenly turned red. He didn't expect his mother to mention this issue. He looked at Xiao Qing with some embarrassment. I don't know anything. Xiao Qing shook her head. Mom, you don't have to worry about this. Your son's physique is quite special, and I had some special adventures in this Miaojiang mission, so you don't have to worry about me at all. Yang Ming said, you can ask Ling Ling and Xia Shui privately in a while, and you will know Xia Shui. Isn't Xia Shui? Mother Yang also knew Xia Shui. In the past, Xia Shui was responsible for Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun's case, so she had some interactions with Xia Shui. However, Mother Yang didn't expect that Xia Shui actually became her son's woman. It's her. This time, I went to Miaojiang with Xia Shui and Lan Ling to perform the mission. So, the two of us are together because of special reasons. Yang Ming said, if we weren't together, Xia Shui might have died. She would have died if we weren't together? Mother Yang was even more inexplicable. Yang Ming, what are you talking about? Why would she die if we weren't together? Mom, come on. Let's go in and talk about it. Yang Ming couldn't explain this matter publicly. After all, Lu Weishan and Aunt Chu were present. All right, but Big Ming, we can't just stop here, right? Isn't this blocking the road? Yang Dahai wanted to park the car in the courtyard of Yang Ming's villa, but he saw that Yang Ming's courtyard was already full of cars. 2 BMW X5s, an Audi A5, an Audi R8, and an Audi A6 had already filled the courtyard of the villa. One car couldn't fit in. Let's park in Yin Yin's villa. Yang Ming said, Dad, wait. I will call Yin Yin out. As Yang Ming said this, he quickly walked into the villa. The one who opened the door for Yang Ming was Sister Lin. Everyone was busy cooking at the moment. When they saw Yang Ming coming back, they stopped. Everyone guessed that it might be Yang's father and Mother Yang. They couldn't help but be nervous, except for Chun Mingyin, Lin Jiyun, and Zhou Jiejia, who had met with Yang's father and Mother Yang many times. These people couldn't help but be nervous. Lan Ling, who had been recognized by Yang's father and Mother Yang before, behaved well at this time. However, she had a cheerful personality. She smiled and didn't worry about anything. So when she saw that everyone was nervous, she said, "Father-in-law and mother-in-law are here. Let's go out and welcome them." With Lan Ling's interference, the original tense atmosphere was relaxed. "Ling Ling, since you are so bold, why don't you go first?" Sun Jie smiled. Lan Ling was originally a cheerful person. In just one afternoon, she was familiar with the people except Chun Mingyin, Lin Jiyun, and Zhou Jiejia. It was easy for her to get along well with them. At this time, she wasn't nervous. "I will go. But whoever shows her face, more will be favored in the future." "Okay, Ling Ling, then you go. You are the youngest, so it is normal to be favored the most." Chen Mingyin smiled. Lan Ling's age was there. Even Chen Mingyin didn't want to compete with her. Anyway, she was a little sister. It was fine to give in to her. "None of you should go out. Although we don't care about anything now, it's too eye-catching to go out together like this. We have to consider what my parents think. It'll be weird if other people see us like this. So, just wait in the living room." Yang Ming said, "Yin Yin, you come with me and open the door of your villa. There is no place for the car to park." "Me? I will give you the key. I won't go out." Wang Xiaoyan was slightly stunned and shook her head. Chapter 2258. She had never met Yang Ming's parents. Although they were officially married, she was embarrassed to take the initiative to go out at this time. "Why, Yin Yin? Aren't you the most courageous? Just now, you were holding a knife and even wanted to kill the fatty. Now you are scared?" Yang Ming said with a smile. Then I will go. What can I do?" Wang Xiaoyan was provoked by Yang Ming, but she was confident instead. "At most, I will be scolded. How can I die? I will go." "You don't even know how to scold, let alone die." Yang Ming took Wang Xiaoyan's hand and walked out of the villa. "Dad, Mom, this is Yin Yin," Yang Ming said with a smile. "Her identity is very special. Her kung fu is also very good. She is my right-hand woman. I have carried out many missions with her in the past." Yang Ming said this to emphasize Wang Xiaoyan's position in his heart so that his parents wouldn't treat her as an ordinary vase. Yang's father and Mother Yang listened to Yang Ming's words. They really looked at Wang Xiaoyan with admiration. She is really a valiant and beautiful girl. She is likable at first glance. No wonder Yang Ming wants to keep her by his side. Mother Yang smiled and looked at Wang Xiaoyan. The more she looked, the more she liked her. Yang Dahai didn't care. Anyway, Yang Ming liked her. If it didn't affect the harmony of the family, it wasn't a big deal to have one more girl. "Uncle, Auntie." Wang Xiaoyan greeted them respectfully. Good. Mother Yang smiled from ear to ear. Then, she suddenly remembered a very important matter. "Right, old Yang. Did you bring money?" "Bring money? Bring what money?" Yang Dahai was stunned after listening. "Change the payment." Mother Yang said, "Mingyin, Jiyun, and Jiejia have all given money. We cannot give the money, right? What about Qingqing and Yin Yin?" "Mom, we are a family. We don't need to talk about a change fee. We are not short of money." Yang Ming couldn't help but laugh after listening. "So, Qingqing and Yin Yin can change their words now. How can that be? This is a rule. Others have it, but Qingqing and Yin Yin don't. That won't do." Mother Yang said, "Old Yang, go to the bank and withdraw 20,000 yuan. Wrap it in a red envelope." "Okay, I will go now." Yang Dahai nodded and said, "Mom, 20,000. I'm afraid it's not enough." After Yang Ming heard his mother's words, he suddenly smiled bitterly. "Not enough." Mother Yang was stunned. Ming Yin and the others only gave 10,000 yuan each. If it was more, our family could afford it. But wouldn't that be unfair? "Ani, When Yang Ming said that it wasn't enough, he didn't mean that the amount of 10,000 yuan wasn't enough. Rather, it wasn't just the two of us who were waiting for the change fee. There were other people in the family. Xiao Qing explained with a smile. There are other people? Then, old Yang, don't go first. Let me ask Big Ming first. Mother Yang quickly stopped Yang Ming's footsteps and asked Yang Ming, Big Ming, what's going on? How many people are there? Mom, there are still. Yang Ming couldn't count for a while. He didn't know if Lu Huamei counted, so he could only smile bitterly. Mom, this is the change fee. We're not in a hurry today. You and Dad can come in first. At most, we can let them change their words first. Then, we can give them a red envelope later. If that's the case, that's the only way. Yang Ming had no choice but to nod and let Yang Dahai park the car. Then, everyone walked into the villa together. As soon as they entered the villa, Yang Dahai and Mother Yang were shocked by the situation in the villa's living room. They saw a row of beautiful girls standing at the door in order. Every one of them was a first-class little beauty. There were familiar faces and unfamiliar faces. However, no matter how slow Mother Yang's reaction was, she understood that this was what Yang Ming meant by 20,000 was not enough. Hello, Uncle and Auntie. The girls greeted Yang Dahai and Mother Yang respectfully. Chen Mingyan, Zhou Jiajia, and Lin Jiyun had already changed their words. However, at this time, they bowed respectfully but didn't speak in order to not highlight their special status. Good. Although Mother Yang was shocked, she was also overjoyed. With so many daughters-in-law, how many grandsons and granddaughters would she have? At that time, she could open a kindergarten herself. How cool would it be if she appointed herself as the head of the kindergarten? Hello. Yang Dahai was a person who had seen the world. At this moment, although his heart was shocked, his face was calm and kind. He nodded to the girls. Big Ming, why don't you introduce them to us one by one? Mother Yang looked at Yang Ming with a smile. Big Ming, is this all of them? There's no more, right? Otherwise, I'd better prepare this red packet. Actually, there's one more, but she didn't come back. Yang Ming said with a bitter smile. Suya? Mother Yang saw that Suya wasn't among these people, so she asked. Not her. It's another one called Shen Yushi. You may have heard of this name. Her matter had attracted a lot of attention in our Songjiang city. Yang Ming said. Shen Yushi. Mother Yang frowned. She was familiar, but she didn't have much of an impression. Shen Yushi? Yang Dahai had an impression. After all, Mingyang Heavy Industry was also a brother company of the Mingyang Group. He had heard a lot of things that happened at Mingyang Entertainment. Is it the girl who was molested by a group of bullies and then jumped down the building and broke her legs in order to not be humiliated? That's her. Yang Ming nodded and said, this girl's life experience is very pitiful, and the matter at the beginning was a bit strange. As Yang Ming spoke, he explained the matter with Shun Yushi to his parents again, as well as the treatment of her legs. He also told them about it. It turned out to be like this. Since Meng Yin didn't say anything, we can't say anything as elders. Mother Yang nodded and said, this girl is very pitiful. Big Ming, if you have time, you should pick her up. Moreover, since you already have the confidence to treat her legs, you should visit her earlier. If it was anyone else, they would have a knot in their heart because of this matter. And I know, I will go to Songshan City tomorrow and pick her up. Yang Ming nodded and said, that's good. Mother Yang nodded. Now, let's introduce everyone here first. Do you want to introduce Meng Yin? Or do you want to introduce yourself, Yang Ming? Dad, Mom, let me say it first. Meng Yin and the others can add in the parts that I didn't say completely. Yang Ming wasn't willing to use others to talk about this matter. It was better to say it himself. Chapter 2259. And then you quickly say it. Your dad and I can't wait. Mother Yang nodded and said, Dad, Mom, I will start from the beginning. Meng Yin, Jiyun, and Jiajia. You all know these three people, so I won't say much. Yang Ming said, and Ling Ling is the same. I won't say it. You all know about Qing Qing's life, so I won't say it. I will start with Yin Yin. The reason why my kung fu is so powerful is that I have a master. My master is called Fong Tian, but he also has a nickname, the King of Assassins. Yang Ming said, and I am his disciple. What, the King of Assassins? Yang Dahai, Mother Yang, and the others were stunned. Yes, it is the King of Assassins. He and Yin Yan's father were sworn brothers in the past. Currently, he and Yin Yan's aunt have a good relationship. As Yang Ming said, he talked about how he worshipped Fong Tian as his master and how he knew Wang Xiaoyan. Of course, some details in the middle were omitted. He only said that Wang Xiaoyan was assassinated when she was in Macau. As for Fong Tian's matter, Fatty and the others weren't unfamiliar with it. After all, Yang Ming's mission this time was very dangerous. These people in the family had also publicized their relationship and cooperated sincerely. They wanted to guard the rear camp for Yang Ming. Especially after the photo incident, Fong Tian's identity was exposed. However, these didn't matter. Yang Ming didn't intend to hide it. Yang Ming was about to move to a private island. As for his identity, there was nothing to hide. Besides, Yang Ming killed Elder Yu. It was impossible to be low-key. Elder Yu, a mysterious overlord who was invulnerable, was killed by Yang Ming. Then, how could Yang Ming be low-key? After Mother Yang heard about Wang Xiaoyan's life and that Yang Ming was the king of assassins, she couldn't help but be amazed. Yang Ming's encounters were simply legendary. They didn't expect that Yang Ming actually achieved such impressive results in a short period of time. After that, Yang Ming introduced other people to his parents. When Yang Ming introduced Xiaoying, Xiaoying was shy and ashamed. Her former identity was Yang Ming's teacher. Although in this enlightened era, a teacher-student relationship wasn't unacceptable. This was in ancient times. It wasn't the era of Yang Gua and Xiao Long Nu, but Xiaoying was still afraid that Yang Dahai and Mother Yang would look down on her. However, Yang Ming's introduction was also detailed. Mother Yang heard that Xiaoying quit her job for Yang Ming. In order to close the gap between them, she applied for graduate school. She couldn't help but admire. Ying, you are really a girl who dares to love and hate. It's really not easy to make such a decision, but it's also good. You and Yang Ming are now classmates. Even if your former high school classmates know, it's not a big deal. But your relationship with Qing Qing needs to be resolved quickly. Although you and Qing Qing aren't direct teachers and students, after all, she is also your dean. If others say something unpleasant, I don't care about your father and I, but you have to think about your godfather and godmother. Mom, you can rest assured. This matter has already been arranged properly. Yang Ming smiled and said, when I left from Yaojiang to perform the mission, the school should have been arranged properly. Brother Xia should have already told godfather, right? Yes, Captain Xia Bingbao has already arranged it. Yang Ming has now graduated early. Of course, because of Yang Ming's relationship, the girls around Yang Ming will also graduate early. Lu Weishan said. As for Qing Qing, I've already told her that when Yang Ming comes back, she will resign. There will be no other troublesome things. Mother Yang heard that everything was arranged properly, and she suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that she was still worried. Yang Ming had already arranged everything. Yang Ming had grown up. He was no longer the child of the past. Yang Ming introduced Sun Jie, Jing Xiaolu, Huang Lele, and others. Sun Jie had the image of a capable, strong woman. Jing Xiaolu was now the standard white-collar image. Both of them were natural and unrestrained. How could Mother Yang think that Sun Jie was usually a vixen, and Jing Xiaolu used to be a delinquent girl? Of course, for these, Yang Ming did not say in detail, and he would not say it. For this kind of thing, it was enough for Yang Ming to know it himself. There was no need for his parents to know. As for Huang Lele, Mother Yang heard that she had been interning in the airline company to help Yang Ming build and manage the airport on Island X. She was even more fond of her. She felt that the women around Yang Ming were more capable than the other. None of them was just a pretty face. And this is Chen Mingxi. Her original name is Victoria. She is a slave that Yin Yin and I rescued when we were performing a mission. Yang Ming pointed to Victoria and said, she is also my woman. After she came here, she changed her name to Chun Mengxi. She claimed to be a relative of Chun Mingyan. In fact, she is very powerful. She is the bodyguard of Chun Mingyan and the others. The relationship between Victoria and Yang Ming was actually very strange. Yang Ming also knew that since Victoria had recognized him as her master, it was impossible for her to become someone else's slave in this life, and it was impossible for her to marry someone else. Therefore, Victoria's final destination was actually best to be with Yang Ming. This was a fact that Qin Mingyan and others had already accepted. Moreover, Victoria also regarded herself as a slave and servant. She never interfered with Chun Mingyan's affairs. Whatever Qin Mingyan said, she carried it out meticulously, so Qin Mingyan had no ill will toward her. "Hello, uncle and auntie. I am Yang Ming's slave. You don't have to mind me. I won't fight for anything." Chun Mingxi was a person of few words. She had this kind of character. After she finished speaking, she stood quietly and did not speak. Her self-introduction was just as Yang Ming imagined. She claimed to be a slave. Usually, she didn't communicate with everyone. She just stayed in her room. When everyone called her, she would come out. To get along, Chun Mingxi only had a little communication with Chun Mingyan and Wang Xiaoyan. Usually, she was always sullen. That won't do. What kind of slave? Our family doesn't like this. Once you enter the family, I will treat you equally. I will treat you as my daughter-in-law. Mingyan, as your mother-in-law, I shouldn't care about your affairs, but I hope you don't bully Chun Mingxi, said Mother Yang. Mother Yang obviously misunderstood the relationship between Victoria and Yang Ming. She thought that they were playing a maid game. In one sentence, she positioned Victoria as her daughter-in-law. Chapter 2260. Mom, am I that kind of person? Chun Mingyan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I treat Qin Mingxi as a sister, but she insisted that she was Yang Ming's slave. I can't do anything about it. Qin Mingyan had already accepted Victoria and tacitly accepted her existence in her life. Since Mother Yang had already treated Victoria as her daughter-in-law, then Qin Mingyan had no need to be the bad guy. Okay, Victoria, you're not a slave in the future. You should interact more with Mingyan and the others. Don't be too unsociable. Yang Ming could only say to Victoria when he saw his mother looking at him. To be honest, Yang Ming didn't have much feelings for Victoria. At most, he would develop feelings for her over time. However, since he had accepted her, he couldn't treat her as a slave anymore. Okay, Victoria listened to Yang Ming's words and nodded directly. In the end, Yang Ming's gaze fell on Lu Huamei. It was easy for Yang Ming to introduce other people, but how could he introduce Lu Huamei? Yang Ming's relationship with Lu Huamei wasn't as deep as his relationship with Shun Yushi, but Lu Huamei was also attending his family banquet. This was Lu Huamei's attitude, a firm attitude. Since she was here, it was enough to see her choice. Moreover, Yang Ming had told her a lot of secrets about himself before. It wouldn't be right if he didn't accept her now. Auntie, let me introduce myself. Lu Huamei saw Yang Ming looking at her, but she took the initiative to stand up and said, "My name is Lu Huamei. I'm not Yang Ming's wife yet. I should say that I'm Yang Ming's woman-to-be." In the beginning, I agreed to be Yang Ming's woman because I wanted Yang Ming to do me a favor. I'm not someone who goes back on my words, so I have to fulfill my promise. Child, if there's nothing between you and Yang Ming, then I'll make the decision. You don't have to do this. You can leave whenever you want. No one can force you. Mother Yang quickly said after hearing Lu Huamei's words. As for Big Ming helping you, that's because he enjoys helping others. How can this be a condition? Auntie, you've misunderstood. Lu Huamei smiled bitterly after hearing Mother Yang's words. At first, I did have the thought of repaying his kindness. But now, I'm his pursuer and admirer. As my contact with Yang Ming increased, and I heard a lot about Yang Ming, I couldn't help but fall in love with him. I think that if I leave him, I will definitely regret it. I will never find such an outstanding man again. If that's the case, why should I give up? That's why I shamelessly followed you here today. Annie, Please help me persuade Yang Ming to accept me as well. Ugh. Mother Yang widened her eyes as she listened to Lu Huamei's words and looked at her firm expression. She didn't know what to say. Is my son that good? There are already so many women, but there's still one who wants to enter the family like a moth to a flame. However, Mother Yang couldn't say anything about this. She was an elder after all. Whether she accepted Lu Huamei or not still depended on Yang Ming's opinion. She couldn't force her son, right? So Mother Yang looked at Yang Ming and asked, Big Ming, I think this girl is pretty good. She's beautiful and generous. The rarest thing is that she keeps her promise. She dares to love and hate. What do you think? Although Mother Yang didn't explicitly agree to Lu Huamei's matter, her words were full of praise for Lu Huamei. She wanted Yang Ming to accept her. How could Yang Ming not understand his mother's meaning? He didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he said, Mom, since I can let her come here and tell her some of our family's secrets in front of her, it means that I have accepted her. I actually have a good impression of her. Who doesn't like beautiful women? Feelings can be cultivated slowly. The most important thing is that Meng Yin didn't object. Why should I object? Anyway, Lu Huamei is very good at doing business. Our family doesn't lack anything except people to manage the business. When we go to Island X in the future, it's impossible to rely on Sun Jie and Xiao Lu to manage everything. It's not bad to have Lu Huamei join us. Lu Huamei was relieved when she heard Yang Ming admit that he had accepted her. However, Yang Ming didn't seem to like her very much. She was a little depressed. Why did I fall in love with him? But he still hasn't fallen in love with me. However, thinking about it, this was also a challenge for her. It was quite interesting to make Yang Ming fall in love with her. She was closer to Jing Xiaolu, so she was very clear about Jing Xiaolu and Yang Ming's relationship history. How could Lu Huamei not know how difficult it was for Jing Xiaolu to change from someone Yang Ming hated to someone Yang Ming liked? Her starting point was much higher than Jing Xiaolu's. She didn't believe that Lu Huamei, couldn't do what Jing Xiaolu did. Okay, the introductions are over. Let's eat. Chen Mingyan greeted, Dad, Mom, Brother Tianqi, Sister-in-law Xiaojing, let's eat. Today is really a family feast. Lu Weishan, Chu Huifang, Lu Qianqi, and Chen Xiaojing weren't outsiders, so there was no need to be polite. At this moment, Yang Ming's super large dining table showed its advantage. Chen Mingyan asked Sun Jie to customize this dining table shortly after Yang Ming left because there were too many women in the family. The previous dining table couldn't fit all of them. After Yang Ming came back, Yang Ming's parents and so on, they needed a bigger dining table. Therefore, this dining table was designed to be a combination dining table that could fit 30 people. When there were fewer people, there would be fewer combinations. When there were more people, there would be more combinations. Anyway, this villa was very spacious. They could just set it up casually in the living room. Therefore, after the family sat down, they started to eat the reunion dinner. Everyone was family, so they didn't have to be so particular and didn't have to be polite with each other. The meal lasted for 3 to 4 hours. At the dining table, Mother Yang was also familiar with Yang Ming's women. Of course, this was also because Yang Ming's women deliberately flattered her. Moreover, everyone changed their greetings. They called Yang Ming's parents Mom and Dad, and called Lu Weishan and Chu Huifang Godfather and Godmother. Even Lu Huamei and Victoria, who had always been silent, were no exception. Even Victoria knew how to please Mother Yang. This surprised the women. It turned out that Victoria wasn't stupid. However, the meal was almost finished. Yang Ming also had a very important thing to tell everyone. Although it was just a reunion today, and these words would affect everyone's mood, Yang Ming had to say it, because Yang Ming didn't have much time to stay at home this time. Chapter 2261. Yang Ming came back this time to reunite with Chen Mingyan at home and accompany his parents for a few days. He was about to embark on a new journey. The Central and Dr. Benjamin's matter had not been resolved yet, so Yang Ming couldn't relax. In this trip to Miaojiang, Dong Jun was the one who contributed the most in dealing with Elder Yu. It could be said that Elder Yu's current situation was entirely due to Dong Jun's contribution. Yang Ming also promised Dong Jun that he would help Dong Jun deal with the Central and Dr. Benjamin after returning. Yang Ming couldn't break his promise. Although Yang Ming could delay it for a few days, Yang Ming had experienced this mission to deal with Elder Yu in Miaojiang. He also experienced the feeling of not being able to deal with Elder Yu. So, Yang Ming understood Dong Jun's feelings very well. Most likely, Dong Jun was the same as Yang Ming at this moment. They were very anxious, and each day felt like a year. As long as Benjamin's matter was not resolved, he and his sister, Alice, could not take it lightly and live a peaceful life. Therefore, Yang Ming must help Dong Jun solve this matter as soon as possible. Therefore, Yang Ming had to say, "Dad, Mom, Godfather, Godmother, second brother, sister-in-law, and my wives, I have something to tell you in advance." As Yang Ming spoke until here, he paused. Although he was very embarrassed, he had no choice. "Big Ming, what's the matter? Why are you being so mysterious?" Mother Yang looked at Yang Ming with some doubts and asked. "Things are like this." Yang Ming sighed. "After coming back this time, I may not stay for a few days. I have to leave." "You still have to leave?" Mother Yang suddenly froze and frowned. "What's wrong? Isn't this the last mission? Why do you still have to leave?" "This mission is indeed the last mission of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, but I'm not leaving for the mission this time. I'm leaving to help a friend." Yang Ming said. Second brother and second sister-in-law should already know what it is. Lu Tianqi and Qin Shaojing naturally nodded. They knew about Dong Jun's matter. They also knew that Yang Ming wanted to help Dong Jun after coming back this time, so it was not unusual for Yang Ming to leave again. Dong Jun? Wang Xiaoyan immediately guessed Yang Ming's intentions. Wang Xiaoyan also understood Dong Jun's thoughts and intentions the most. Chen Mingyan and the others were no strangers to Dong Jun. At this time, when they heard Wang Xiaoyan, they roughly understood it. "Yes, it's Dong Jun," Yang Ming nodded. This time, in the Miaojiang operation, Dong Jun's contribution is great because of the reason why I can successfully deal with Elder Yu. Without Dong Jun, I may not be able to complete the mission for a long time. Second brother and second sister-in-law are also deeply aware of this. "Yes, how long have Xiaojing and I been away from home?" "My parents know. For so many years, we have been trapped in Miaojiang's Elder Yu's territory. We can't leave. If it weren't for Yang Ming and Dong Jun, we wouldn't be able to come back now." Lu Tianqi nodded and said, "Dong Jun's contribution in this operation is indeed great. Is Dong Jun's matter very troublesome and difficult to deal with?" Mother Yang did not stop after listening, but asked. "It's hard to say now. If it's fast, it may be done in a few days. If it's slow, it may take a while." Yang Ming said, "But no matter what, I have to go abroad." "You still have to go abroad." Mother Yang was a little worried after listening. "Will it be dangerous?" "There definitely won't be any danger." Yang Ming smiled and said, "Mom, now your son has inherited Elder Yu's skill. I am invulnerable. Don't look at me like a normal person now. When I encounter danger, the super-modified version of Jin Gang Voodoo can be activated passively. If you don't believe me, you can try to cut me with a knife, and you will know." Mother Yang was very surprised after listening to Yang Ming's words. "You mean you are invulnerable now? Isn't that the same as Superman?" "Almost." Yang Ming thought about it. He was really similar to Superman. Not only was he invulnerable, but he also had X-ray vision and telescopic vision. What was the difference between this and Superman? "Annie, I can testify to this. Now, there's almost nothing that can hurt Yang Ming." Lu Qianqi said, "So Yang Ming is going to help this time. It is only a matter of time. Let's see if it is troublesome, and if there is any danger." "It is good that there is no danger." Mother Yang was most afraid of danger. When she heard Yang Ming say it before, she was a little skeptical. However, with Lu Qianqi's testimony, she didn't doubt that it was fake. It was just that Yang Ming's superhuman ability shocked her. "Then, when you go out this time, will it be the same as before? You can't contact your family?" asked Yang Dehai. "This time, naturally it won't be. I can contact them at any time." Yang Ming said, Moreover, if I want to come back, I can come back at any time. There are no restrictions. That's good. In this case, Dong Jun has helped you so much. He is asking you for help. You should do your best. Yang Dahai said, you don't have to care about our feelings. When your matter is over, it will be the time for us to reunite. Yeah, it just so happens that Sister Sunji and I are helping our dad to slowly transfer the company and industry to X Island. Since you have decided to settle in X Island with us, we have to prepare for a period of time in advance. Chen Mingyan also said, and during this time, you can't help much. It just so happens that we are busy with our own things, and you're busy with yours. We won't delay anything. Yang Ming originally thought that he would have to spend a lot of time convincing his family and his wives, but he didn't expect everyone to be very open-minded. They were very supportive of him helping Dong Jun. There was no objection at all. This made Yang Ming very gratified. Well, it's settled. I will do it in the next few days. The sooner I solve it, the better. When everything is solved, we will go to X Island in seclusion. Things were settled like this. After dinner, Lu Weishan's family and the fatty left first, while Yang Dahai and Mother Yang stayed here. Anyway, there were many rooms. However, because this villa was the love nest of Chun Mingyin and the other women in Yang Ming, Yang Dahai and Mother Yang also knew that Yang Ming and the other women were definitely newlyweds. They wouldn't be able to rest tonight. As parents-in-law, they didn't want to be an eyesore here, so they decided to go to Wang Xiaoyan's villa later. Now, Yang Dahai and Sun Jia were discussing the migration of the company and industry, and Mother Yang was chatting with the other women. Chapter 2262. After the meal, the girls and Mother Yang were familiar with each other. Now, they had changed their address from auntie to mother. This made Mother Yang smile from ear to ear. She planned to build a super kindergarten after going to X Island. Then, she would personally serve as the principal. How happy would that be? They chatted until 11 o'clock in the evening. It was almost time. Although Yang Dahai still had a lot of things to confirm with Sun Jie and Jing Xiaolu, and Mother Yang still had a lot of questions to ask the girls, she also knew that her son had just returned. He would definitely be intimate with the girls at night. How could she, as a mother-in-law, delay them? As the saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder. Every minute of the spring night was worth 1,000 gold. So Yang Dahai and Mother Yang stood up and prepared to leave when they saw that it was almost time. Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan sent Yang Dahai and Mother Yang to the villa next door. Dad, Mom, this is Yinyan's villa, but Yinyan will definitely live with me in the future, so this villa is empty. You can live here. Yang Ming said, see if you need anything. I will ask someone to buy it for you. Big Ming, you don't have to trouble yourself. I think this place is very good. It doesn't lack anything, just some kitchenware. Tomorrow, I will ask the driver, Little Wang, to buy it. You have a lot of things to do. How can I trouble you? Yang Dahai looked at the villa and was very satisfied. This was originally a place where Wang Xiaoyan lived as a girl. It was clean and tidy. Many of the furniture were new. The electrical appliances were also new. They had not been used much. In addition to the room on the second floor where Wang Xiaoyan lived, there was also a gym. Most of the other rooms were empty. They just needed to be simply decorated. Little Wang? You mean Wang Lin? When Yang Ming heard the name, he remembered his former driver. After he left, he introduced him to his father to drive. He didn't expect that his father still needed him. And Little Wang is a good person. His driving skills are also good. His legs are diligent, but I usually drive to and from work. Little Wang just drives me out when I am in the company. Yang Dahai said. Yang Dahai now had two cars. One was the Audi A8 that he was currently driving, and the other was the newly bought Mercedes-Benz S60OL. The S60OL was driven by Little Wang. I haven't seen him in a long time. I'll ask him to drive me to Songshan tomorrow. Yang Ming said emotionally. All right, I will talk to him tomorrow. Yang Dahai nodded. As for the rooms here, I won't touch yours and Yinyan's. I won't touch your training room either, in case you don't have a place to stay when you return. Mother Yang had already walked around the villa and was very satisfied. This was a big house. The more she looked at it, the more she liked it. However, she was a little worried. Big Ming, how is the security here? There shouldn't be any bad guys at night, right? When Yang Ming heard his mother's words, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Mom, you can rest assured. Let's not talk about the security here. They are all the subordinates of Xiaolu's company. They will focus on patrolling around here. Wang Xiaoyan explained, but let's not talk about this first. Yang Ming was afraid that it wouldn't be safe in my house, so he completely remodeled the security system. Unless it was an assassin like me and Yang Ming, who could sneak in, if it was an ordinary person, it would be impossible to come in. Then I'm relieved. Mother Yang listened and nodded. Otherwise, such a big house is really a little scary. Hee. Even if this isn't the case, Yin Yan lives next door. Her alertness isn't ordinary. Most likely, before the bad guys could get close to you, they would be killed by Yin Yan. Yang Ming said, "You make it sound so scary." Kill. As Mother Yang spoke until here, she thought about it. Which of her son's missions wasn't scarier than these little thieves? So, she shook her head and said, "Okay, you go back first. You don't have to accompany me and your dad. Both of us also enjoy our life. This villa is very good. We have to visit it." "Okay, then we will go back." Yang Ming smiled and said, "Right, there are candles in the kitchen. You can play candlelight supper." "Ha, good." Yang Dehai laughed. Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan returned to the villa, but they found that the living room was empty. There was no one. This situation made Yang Ming feel a little strange. "Where is everyone? What do you think?" Wang Xiaoyan smiled and said, "They are all waiting for you upstairs." "Ugh, it can't be." Yang Ming didn't expect Chen Mingyan to be like this, but he was surprised and happy. "But they didn't call me." "Really?" Wang Xiaoyan said with some dissatisfaction. "Forget it. I'm going to take a shower. You go upstairs first. Let's shower together." Yang Ming smiled. "And?" Wang Xiaoyan hesitated and nodded. She thought to herself, "Who asked you not to wait for me?" But the latecomer is still the most popular. Early the next morning, only Yang Ming got up. The others, including Wang Xiaoyan and Victoria, who had undergone professional training, lazily slept in. However, Yang Ming was full of energy. He didn't know if it was because of the simplified version of the Vigor Voodoo. Anyway, Yang Ming seemed to be full of energy. This was the case when he had not practiced the mental cultivation method that Mo Kongwen gave him. Yang Ming thought that if he practiced the mental cultivation method that Mo Kongwen gave him, would he be more energetic? Yang Ming called Little Wang. Unexpectedly, Little Wang had already driven to the door of Yang Ming's villa. "Little Wang, long time no see. How are you? Are you and your girlfriend okay?" Yang Ming smiled and nodded to Little Wang. Little Wang drove the Mercedes-Benz S60OL today. When he saw Yang Ming, he quickly got out of the car and helped Yang Ming open the door of the front passenger seat. "Brother Yang, you are back. My girlfriend and I are married. I really have to thank Brother Yang for this. If it weren't for Brother Yang giving me this opportunity, I reckon that my mother-in-law would have broken us up long ago. Don't even mention marriage. Hee. My dad has always used you. It means that you are a very good person. Do your best." Yang Ming nodded and said, "Let's go. Let's go to Songshan City. Songshan City Medical University." Songshan City Medical University? "Okay, Brother Yang." Little Wang nodded. After getting in the car, he used the navigation to find the place Yang Ming was going. Yang Ming nodded. Because Yang Ming had already told Chen Mingyan and the others last night that he was going to visit Shen Yushi today, he didn't say anything in the morning. He didn't want to disturb their rest. Little Wang's driving skills had improved a lot. He shuttled nimbly in the traffic and soon got on the highway, heading straight in the direction of Songshan City. Chapter 2263. Yang Ming closed his eyes and began to think about the next step of the plan. After Shin Yushi's matter was dealt with, Yang Ming and Dong Jun were going to discuss how to deal with Dr. Benjamin. Dong Jun left first. I don't know if Dong Jun has found a way to deal with Dr. Benjamin. If Dr. Benjamin is sensible, then it's best. If not, Maybe I will have to deal with him for a while. Brother Yang, we are here. Little Wang's voice sounded. Yang Ming recovered and found that they had arrived at Songshan Medical University. Yang Ming asked Little Wang to stop the car at the door of Guan Shuamin's villa and said, "You wait for me here. If I don't come out at noon, you can go nearby and eat something by yourself." "It's okay, Brother Yang. Don't worry about me. I will wait for you here. When I am hungry, I will order KFC takeout." Little Wang laughed. As a driver, Little Wang also had the rules and awareness of being a driver. When Yang Dehai took him out to do things, he usually didn't leave the car. He would buy snacks nearby. If there were no snacks, he would order takeout. Yang Ming nodded and didn't say anything more. No wonder father values Little Wang more. It seems that there is a reason. Little Wang is a good person. When the doorbell rang, Auntie Lu opened the door. Auntie Lu knew Yang Ming, so she didn't ask much and let Yang Ming into the house. Guan Shumin was reading in the study upstairs at the moment. When he heard the doorbell, he knew that there was a guest. When he went downstairs, he saw Yang Ming coming in. "Big Ming, you are here." Guan Shumin saw Yang Ming and was very happy and enthusiastic. After all, through Yang Ming, he contacted Lin Dongfang again. He learned a lot from Lin Dongfang about the medical skills to treat Shin Yushi's leg. "And Uncle Guan, is Xiaoxiang here?" asked Yang Ming. "Xiaoxiang." When Guan Shumin mentioned Guan Xiaoxiang, he shook his head with a wry smile and said, "You know, last time, because I didn't support his business, he had a quarrel with me and didn't come back to live." "Ah." Yang Ming was stunned. "It can't be. What about his pharmaceutical company?" "He's doing very well. With your support, he's doing very well. Whether it's in terms of funding or connections, your subordinates are taking good care of him." Guan Shuamin smiled bitterly. "Now, I'm afraid he listens to you the most. Then I will call him and let him come back." Yang Ming decided to talk to Guan Xiaoxiang. There was a reason why Guan Shuamin didn't support him. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to do business well and ruin Guan Shuamin's reputation. In the end, he wouldn't get anything. Shuamin shook his head. "That's fine. If you hadn't come back, I wouldn't have been able to see him. This kid, I will talk to him later." As Yang Ming said this, he dialed Guan Xiaoxiang's phone. Although Yang Ming and Guan Xiaoxiang were about the same age, in front of Guan Xiaoxiang, he acted like an older brother. "Boss." Guan Xiaoxiang had always saved Yang Ming's phone number, but he also knew that Yang Ming was on a very important mission and couldn't contact the outside world. So when he received a call from Yang Ming, Guan Xiaoxiang was surprised and happy. "It's me. Where are you?" asked Yang Ming lightly. I am at the company." Guan Xiaoxiang heard that Yang Ming's tone wasn't very good. He was a little confused and worried. He quickly asked, "Boss, what's wrong? You're so powerful now. You're all grown up. Why don't you come back and see Uncle Guan? Now, immediately, bring your girlfriend back here." Yang Ming said, "Don't think that you can do some business by yourself. If it weren't for Bao Sanli and Ho Jinhan's connections, what could you have done? Uncle Guan did it for your own good. He was afraid that you would fail. Now that you have success, you think you made the right choice? Let me tell you, you have your own ability, but do you believe that I can make you lose everything tomorrow?" Guan Xiaoxiang didn't expect Yang Ming to be so angry. He was a little stunned. "Boss, I will wait at your house." Yang Ming finished and directly hung up the phone. Yang Ming sighed. He had more experience than Guan Xiaoxiang. He was also more mature. He deeply understood the expectations and worries of parents for their children. So he knew that it wasn't that Guan Xiaoxiang was stingy. He didn't let Guan Xiaoxiang use his name to start a company, but he was afraid that Guan Xiaoxiang would be cheated. But now, with Yang Ming's people helping him pave the way and the funds are ready, it was impossible for the company not to start. But all of this wasn't due to Guan Xiaoxiang's own efforts. It could be said that without Yang Ming's help, even if he could succeed, he would have to put in 10 times more effort and take many more detours. Guan Shumin didn't expect Yang Ming to lose his temper over the phone, but he felt refreshed and relieved. His son didn't listen to him when he talked to him. He thought that he was being sarcastic because he was jealous of him. But now that Yang Ming said so, Guan Shumin would understand that he was doing it for his own good. Oh, Uncle Guan, I let you see a joke. If I wasn't strict, this kid would be easy to get complacent. Yang Ming laughed. When your business is successful and you have money, you like to be arrogant. I've also been through this phase. I understand Guan Xiaoxiang's feelings, but I've adjusted myself. I understand. You scolded him well, Guan Shuamin said. Actually, I wanted to scold him too, but when I did, it was that little brat Guan Xiaoxiang who hung up on me. Now that you're scolding him, it's you who hung up after scolding him, but he doesn't dare to hang up on you. Everything has its vanquisher. Oh, I can't help it. I can only be the bad guy. Yang Ming shrugged and said helplessly, right? Yushi is resting upstairs. Why don't you go and see her? Guan Shuamin said, let's wait. There's no rush. We'll wait for Xiaoxiang to come back. Since Yang Ming was already there, he wasn't in a hurry. He had already learned all of Lin Dongfang's medical skills. All that was left was to practice and experience. However, when it came to treating Shun Yushi's leg, Yang Ming was very confident. Lin Dongfang had helped him concoct a medicinal liquid when he was in the Medicine Valley. It could stimulate and restore the nervous system. With acupuncture, Shun Yushi's leg could be restored to its original state. As for acupuncture, Yang Ming wasn't afraid. Although Yang Ming's acupuncture skills weren't as proficient as Lin Dongfang's, Yang Ming's ability to recognize acupuncture points wasn't worse than Lin Dongfang's. Not to mention that Yang Ming had X-ray vision. Just the ability to recognize acupuncture points was something that Yang Ming had learned very well when he was training with Fang Tian. Chapter 2264. Therefore, Yang Ming was very confident in treating Shin Yushi. It was basically a piece of cake, so Yang Ming was not in a hurry to go upstairs. Guan Xiaoxiang would probably be back soon, and Yang Ming would have to come down after going upstairs. If Shin Yushi were to be separated from Yang Ming right after meeting him, she would definitely feel uncomfortable. So, Yang Ming decided not to let her know first. He would go upstairs later and spend more time with Shun Yushi. Since Yang Ming had already decided to accept Shun Yushi, he naturally had to treat her better and not disappoint her again. All right, Guan Shuamin nodded and said, do you have a good idea about Yushi's legs? Yes, Brother Lin has already taught me all of his medical skills, Yang Ming said. I'm very confident in treating Shun Yushi. Brother Lin also said that Yushi's legs can be treated with a medicinal liquid that stimulates and repairs the nerves. With acupuncture, it's basically a piece of cake. Acupuncture is a broad and profound field of study. Although I know this method, I can't put it into practice. Also, I can't make that kind of medicine. I heard that there are several very rare herbs in it. If you don't plant them, it's very difficult to buy them. Guan Shuamin sighed. That's true. These herbs were planted by us in Miaojiang's Medicine Valley. Yang Ming said, also, there's a kind of herb that must be used when it's fresh. If it's dried, it won't have the same effect. As the two of them were talking, the doorbell rang outside the villa. Aunt Lu went to open the door. It was Guan Xiaoxiang with his girlfriend, Xiaolan. Guan Xiaoxiang lowered his head and carefully held Xiaolan's hand as they walked into the villa. When he saw Yang Ming sitting on the sofa, he was a little scared and didn't dare to raise his head. Boss, huh? Your girlfriend is pregnant? Yang Ming looked at Xiaolan in surprise. Xiaolan's stomach was already very big, and it looked like she was going to give birth soon. He didn't expect that Guan Xiaoxiang would be a father after going out for a while. Yang Ming wondered if it was time for him to work hard. Lu Yezi and Feng Tianlong and Xiao Susu, all of his friends were about to become parents one after another, but he was the only one who didn't. However, he had to wait until the matter between Central and Dr. Benjamin was over. Otherwise, Yang Ming wouldn't be able to calm down. Yeah, boss. Guan Xiaoxiang was worried that he couldn't find a topic to talk about when Yang Ming started talking about Xiaolan. Guan Xiaoxiang quickly said, Boss, didn't you want to arrange a betrothal between me and Xiaolan's child? Our child is a little princess. Did your disciple receive it? No, not yet. Only then did Yang Ming remember that he had mentioned this to Guan Xiaoxiang before. If Guan Xiaoxiang hadn't brought it up, Yang Ming would have forgotten about it. Thinking of how Fang Tian had tricked him, Yang Ming also wanted to trick his disciple. So Yang Ming said, "But this matter is settled. I will make an appointment first." "Of course, no problem." Guan Xiaoxiang nodded and said, "Let Xiaolan sit down and rest first." Yang Ming saw that Xiaolan was pregnant, so he didn't say much to Guan Xiaoxiang. He just said, "I heard that you haven't been going home recently." "Thank you, boss." Xiaolan thanked him shyly, then sat on the sofa and said helplessly, "Xiaoxiang is just sulking. In fact, I have advised him. You see, you're not as good as your girlfriend. I should call you wife. You're not as generous as your wife." Yang Ming said, "What are you thinking about every day? Uncle Guan didn't let you use his name to do business. It was actually for your own good. He was afraid that you would be cheated. You don't have the funds, and you don't have the skills. Do you think you can make a name for yourself with a name? You're starting a business now. You should have realized it yourself, right? If you didn't have Bao Sanli and the others to help you, how many detours would you have to take?" This, Guan Xiaoxiang actually knew that Yang Ming was right. He was indeed a little conflicted, but this knot in his heart was not something that could be resolved so easily. "Okay, think about it carefully. Come back and visit your father more often when you are free. If you still consider me as your boss, then do as I say," Yang Ming said. "Okay, I know." Guan Xiaoxiang nodded. Yang Ming could see that Guan Xiaoxiang still had a knot in his heart, so he didn't force him. He had already said what he wanted to say. The rest was up to him to think about it himself. This was all that Yang Ming could help with. As the saying goes, even an honest official can't solve a family matter. This was a family matter between Guan Xueming and Guan Xiaoxiang. Yang Ming really couldn't do anything about it. "Okay, I'm going upstairs. You talk to your father. You are not young anymore. Come back more often and take care of your elders." Yang Ming said, "Hee, I got it." Guan Xiaoxiang nodded and said, "All right, boss. Can you help me and Xiaolan come up with a name for our daughter? Our little princess doesn't have a name yet." "Name? I think we should call it Care. I will remind you to take care of your father at all times." Yang Ming said casually. "Care." Guan Xiaoxiang was stunned. "Care. Guan Xian. That's a good name. It's settled then." Yang Ming didn't bother with him. He turned around and went upstairs, leaving time and space for Guan Xueming and Guan Xiaoxiang. Auntie Lu took Yang Ming upstairs and came to Shen Yushi's room. Auntie Lu pointed at the door and left tactfully. Yang Ming knocked on the door. Shen Yushi's voice came from inside. "Please come in." Shen Yushi was a girl. Even if she was Guan Xueming's patient, he would knock on the door every time he came in. He was worried that it would be inconvenient for Shen Yushi. Yang Ming pushed open the door and walked in. He saw Shen Yushi lying on the bed on her side. She was flipping through a thick book in her hands. The bright sun shone on her face, making her look particularly beautiful. She was a beautiful and clean girl. Even if she was sick in bed, her personal image and hygiene were meticulously taken care of. She looked very beautiful. At that moment, Yang Ming was really moved. Sometimes it was just that simple to be moved. There was no reason or warning. Looking at Shen Yushi at that moment, Yang Ming had an impulse to own and protect her. "Godfather, why are you so early today?" Shen Yushi thought that Guan Xueming had come and wanted to help her take measures to prevent the muscle atrophy of her legs. However, when she raised her head, she was stunned. "Yang Ming?" "Hee, it's me, Yushi." Yang Ming smiled and nodded. "Ah, Yang Ming, you are back. You really came back safely. That's great." Shen Yushi looked at Yang Ming excitedly. Chapter 2265. "Yes, I'm back. I'm back safely," Yang Ming said. "And I'm back to collect interest." "Interest? What interest?" Shen Yushi was stunned. She didn't know what Yang Ming meant. "Did you forget what I said before I left?" Yang Ming looked at Shen Yushi and smiled. "When I left, I said that I wanted a stamp, but you didn't let me. So I said that when I come back, I will look for you to collect interest." "Ah." Shen Yushi's face suddenly turned red. She remembered the scene when Yang Ming left. At that time, Yang Ming wanted to kiss her. She was a little shy and refused. She didn't expect that time would pass so quickly. In the blink of an eye, Yang Ming was back. Why? Do you want to go back on your words? Yang Ming looked at Shen Yushi with a smile and asked mischievously. No, I won't go back on my words, Shen Yushi said shyly. It's good that you won't go back on your words. I said that when I come back, I will make you my real woman. Yang Ming said. Shen Yushi snorted softly. Wasn't this what she had been looking forward to? Now it was finally here. During the days when Yang Ming was gone, she had been thinking about Yang Ming all the time. Now that she saw Yang Ming, she was a little embarrassed. However, Shen Yushi suddenly thought of her legs. Back then, Yang Ming said to her, "Then you should stay at home and recuperate. It would be best if you could stand up and welcome me when I come back." Shen Yushi also said, Yes, I will. But now, Shen Yushi's legs were still the same. There was no improvement at all. Guan Xuemin could only maintain Shen Yushi's leg muscles and not let them atrophy. However, there was no way for her to recover and stand up. Thinking of this, Shen Yushi's expression suddenly became sad. She sighed faintly and said, Yang Ming, my legs have not recovered yet. Moreover, it may be like this in the future. I won't be able to stand up for the rest of my life. Will you still want me? Will you want a disabled girl? If I go home with you, won't you feel ashamed? Ugh. Yang Ming didn't expect that Shen Yushi, who was very happy just a moment ago, would become a little sentimental. Yang Ming couldn't help but sigh. Yushi, are you such a weak and unconfident girl? Just now when I entered the door, what I saw was a very bright and beautiful girl, leaning on the bed and reading a book, which made me very moved. Yang Ming, this is not a matter of confidence or lack of confidence. I know that my legs can't recover anymore. Shen Yushi shook her head and said, When you left, I was full of confidence. But now, after so long, there is no improvement. I carefully recall the situation at that time. I'm afraid you already knew about this situation and deliberately advised me. You were afraid that I would commit suicide, right? Don't worry, I have thought it through now. I won't commit suicide. But you don't have to be with me just to accommodate me. If my legs weren't broken, I thought that with my good looks and some effort, I could make you like me. But now, I really can't think of a reason why you still want me. You see, you are not confident again, right? Yang Ming shook his head and said, At first, I said that I liked you. I lied to you. But now I really like you. So, I went to Miaojiang this time and brought back a gift for you. Shen Yushi listened to Yang Ming's affectionate words and couldn't help but be stunned. Really? You didn't lie to me? No. Do you think I need to lie to you? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. I'm like this. If I didn't like you, I would have told you the truth and left you after I cured your legs. Why would I say so much? Cure my legs? Shen Yushi was not stupid. Her originally disappointed eyes suddenly lit up. Yang Ming, you mean yes? Yang Ming nodded and smiled. My gift is to let you stand up again. Oh, really? Shen Yushi looked at Yang Ming in amazement. Can I really stand up again? I said it before. Do I need to lie to you? Yang Ming smiled and said, Well, the time to witness a miracle has come. I will treat you first, and then you will go home with me tonight. And Shen Yushi listened to Yang Ming's overbearing words. Her face blushed again, but she did not refute. If Yang Ming really found a way to treat her, it was enough to see that Yang Ming really had feelings for her. Moreover, if her legs were healed, she would no longer feel inferior and feel that she was not worthy of Yang Ming. There may be some pain in a while. You have to endure it. If you really can't, just shout out loud. No one will laugh at you. Yang Ming said as he took out the silver needles and the medicine that Lin Dongfang had prepared. He put them on the table next to him. And Shen Yushi nodded. Yang Ming disinfected the silver needles and then dipped them in some medicine that stimulated the nerves. He was ready to help Shen Yushi with the acupuncture. Relax your legs. Don't move. I'm going to apply the acupuncture. Okay. Shen Yushi nodded cooperatively. In fact, her legs at the moment could not be said to be relaxed because there was no feeling in her legs at all. What she needed to relax now was her body and mind. Yang Ming's hand quickly picked up the silver needles and poked back and forth on Shun Yushi's body. After a while, most of the silver needles in the box were inserted on Shun Yushi's body. Yang Ming had used this method of applying needles on people, except for the time when he helped Lin Dongfang to pierce the quick cicada voodoo. In the past, it was all simulations where he used the flying needles that Zhang Zhishan gave him to directly hurt people. It was the first time he was treating people. However, because Yang Ming had a good foundation in assassin training, his flying needles were also first class. So, Yang Ming was very satisfied with the first acupuncture treatment. This was because all the silver needles were successfully inserted into the acupuncture points on Shun Yushi's legs. None of them were inserted wrongly or needed to be redone. This made Yang Ming feel relieved. Okay. Yang Ming breathed a sigh of relief. After this matter was done, all that was left was to wait. Just bear with it for a while. And Shun Yushi responded. At first, Shun Yushi did not feel anything, but gradually, Shun Yushi began to feel it. The medicine that stimulated and restored the nerves entered the damaged meridians and nerve tissue on Shun Yushi's legs through Shun Yushi's acupuncture points. Shun Yushi's legs began to throb with pain. Chapter 2266. Moreover, as time went by, the pain in Shun Yushi's legs became more and more intense. Shun Yushi finally couldn't help but cry out in pain. She felt that her legs had regained their senses, and the nerves in her legs were getting more and more painful, as if they were about to break. Although Yang Ming saw Shun Yushi's pain, he couldn't do anything about it. At this time, the treatment was not over yet. If he pulled out the silver needles, the expected effect would not be achieved. So, Yang Ming could only comfort her. Be strong, Yushi. Think about it. You can stand up today. What is this pain? And Shun Yushi gritted her teeth and smiled reluctantly. However, that intense pain still made her forehead break out in a thin layer of sweat. Bear with it a little more. It can be considered as training. Maybe there will be more pain tonight. Yang Ming smiled and joked. And Shun Yushi was stunned, but looking at Yang Ming's mischievous smile, she finally understood what Yang Ming meant when he said that there would be more painful things at night. She couldn't help but blush and said, "You're so annoying. I'm still thinking about those messy things at this time. You have promised to be my woman. Why can't you think about it?" Yang Ming also deliberately distracted Shun Yushi's attention. Could it be that you want to go back on your words? I'm not going back on my words. Shun Yushi naturally would not go back on her words. Although she was a little shy, she was still willing in her heart. Isn't this what I have been looking forward to? Yang Ming really accepted me. I can be with Yang Ming forever in the future. It's good that you're not going back on your words. Even if you do, it won't work. Yang Ming said, "You have accepted my gift. Now that your legs are healed, you don't want me anymore. That won't work." "No, I am not so ungrateful," said Shun Yushi. "Hee, whether you are ungrateful or not, you will be able to prove it in a while," said Yang Ming. And Shun Yushi and Yang Ming bickered for a while. She was surprised to find that the pain in her legs was gradually decreasing and even disappearing. She was surprised and said, "My legs. It seems that I don't feel anything again." "Oh." Yang Ming was slightly stunned. "It can't be. Is there no effect? Why don't you feel anything? It's not as painful as before." Shun Yushi was also shocked and said quickly, "Really? Extend your leg to let me see," said Yang Ming. And Shun Yushi subconsciously extended her leg to Yang Ming. However, after she extended her leg to Yang Ming, she suddenly realized that she could actually control her leg. In other words, she could feel her leg. Yeah, your leg is healed. Naturally, the pain will be less. When the pain is gone in a while, I can pull out the silver needles." Yang Ming laughed. She was just testing Shun Yushi. She didn't expect it to be effective. And Shun Yushi was very excited. Yang Ming didn't lie to her. This was the best gift she had ever received. It was 1,000 times better than anything else. Yang Ming saw that it was almost time. He reached out and put away all the silver needles on Shun Yushi's body. Then he said, "Okay, Yushi, your legs should be fully recovered." "Really?" Shun Yushi was surprised and happy. She pinched her legs with her hand and found that she could feel them. Then, Shun Yushi couldn't wait to get out of bed and try it out. Shun Yushi got out of bed as she thought about it. Then, she lifted her legs and wanted to walk on the ground. However, because she had been lying in bed for too long and had not exercised for a long time, Shun Yushi lost her balance and fell forward as soon as she got out of bed. Yang Ming subconsciously reached out and held Shun Yushi in his arms. "Ah." Shun Yushi also subconsciously exclaimed and threw herself into a warm embrace. This feeling made Shun Yushi feel a little shy and sweet at the same time. However, this was the feeling she'd been looking forward to for a long time. Yang Ming didn't hold back. He took the opportunity to hug Shun Yushi and held her in his arms. He smirked and said, "Yushi, this is considered as you taking the initiative to throw yourself into my arms." "Not all. I just can't move my legs," Shun Yushi said with a red face. "Hee, is that so? Then why don't you break free now?" Yang Ming teased. You continue." Shun Yushi's face was even redder. "Okay, I won't say any more." Yang Ming said, "Let's do this. I will support you from behind. We will try to do some restorative training. The muscles on your legs haven't atrophied. Uncle Guan has been doing maintenance measures for you for a while, so your legs aren't flexible. This is because you haven't exercised for a long time. You will get used to it in a while. You have an advantage over other patients." "Really? That's great. I thought that I would have to do leg restorative training for a long time." Shun Yushi said happily. "No need. It will be fine in a while," Yang Ming said and hugged Shun Yushi from behind. He wrapped his arms around her waist and said, "Now, I will carry you. You try to walk forward. Don't worry. With me here, you won't fall." And Shun Yushi nodded and tried to take a step forward. Yang Ming's balance was better than other people's. At this time, it was relatively easy for him to help Shun Yushi with restorative training. Shun Yushi took 2 steps forward. In the beginning, her steps were not very stable. She felt like she was on the verge of falling. However, after walking for a while, her legs became more flexible. She was able to walk forward smoothly. Yang Ming's strength in his arms had completely controlled Shun Yushi's center of gravity in the beginning. Now, he had given part of his center of gravity to Shun Yushi and let her control it herself. Gradually, the strength in Yang Ming's hands became weaker and weaker, and Shun Yushi's steps became more flexible. However, the two people walked from the side of the bed to the edge of the wall of the house. Shun Yushi wanted to turn a corner, but she lost her center of gravity again and fell forward directly. This was bad. Shun Yushi's body lowered, and the big white rabbit in front of her chest suddenly pressed on Yang Ming's arm. This sudden change shocked Shun Yushi and also stunned Yang Ming. "So big, so soft." These 4 words popped up in Yang Ming's mind. Shun Yushi rested in bed all year round, so it was impossible for her to wear a bra. After her legs recovered, it was impossible for her to wear a bra in front of Yang Ming. Therefore, it led to the current situation where Yang Ming took advantage of it. Chapter 2267. "You still won't let go of me?" Shun Yushi said shyly when she saw that Yang Ming was enjoying it very much. "I can't let go." Yang Ming smiled bitterly. "Why not?" Shun Yushi was stunned. "If I let go, won't you fall to the ground?" Yang Ming explained helplessly. Shun Yushi thought about it. It was indeed the case. If Yang Ming let go, wouldn't she fall? Thinking of this, Shun Yushi could only blush. She held onto the wall with her hand, and then slowly stood firm again. However, during this process, Yang Ming took advantage of her. However, Shun Yushi was also a little open-minded. Anyway, she was going to become Yang Ming's woman. It was not a big deal to be taken advantage of by him. Moreover, she was not used to this feeling at first. It was quite good and exciting after she got used to it. So, in the next half an hour, Yang Ming and Shun Yushi began their recovery walking training in an ambiguous atmosphere. Both of them seemed to enjoy this warm feeling. Yushi gradually let go. When she was tired from walking, she dared to take the initiative to lean on Ming. After an hour, Yushi could basically leave Ming's arms and walk on her own. Although it was still a little unstable, at least she could walk on her own. This situation surprised and delighted Ming and Yushi. "Congratulations, Yushi," said Ming. Yushi also nodded happily. "Ming, thank you. Today is the happiest day in my life. All my dreams and wishes have come true. God is really good to me. You change your clothes. Let's go downstairs together. We will have a meal here, and then go back with me tonight," said Ming. And Yushi nodded, but she did not move. "What's wrong?" asked Ming, puzzled. I'm changing my clothes. Why are you still looking at me here?" Yushi said, with some embarrassment. "Ugh. Yushi, you're changing now. Are you still guarding against me?" Ming spread his hands and said, "Besides, it's not like I haven't seen it before. Then, I'm embarrassed too." Yushi blushed. She was at a loss. "Since we're going to see it sooner or later, why don't we practice it now?" Ming said. "This all right?" Yushi hesitated for a moment, but she still nodded and agreed. Ming was overjoyed. He did not expect Yushi to agree. In fact, if Ming wanted to look at Yushi, he didn't need to spend so much effort. Ming had the ability to see through things. He could look at Yushi whenever he wanted to. However, that would not be as exciting as Yushi's willingness. For a moment, the room was filled with endless spring scenery. Yushi changed in her most beautiful new outfit in front of Ming. She had bought it online during this period of time. She also dreamed that one day she could stand up and wear it for Ming to see. She did not expect to wear it in front of him. However, since Yushi had thought it through, it was fine. "Yushi, you are so beautiful," Ming could not help but say. "Is that so?" Yushi lowered her head shyly. Ming held Yushi's hand and went downstairs with her. Looking at Yushi, who could walk on her own, Guan Shuimin was stunned. Guan Xiaoxiang was also very surprised. That was because this had overturned their understanding of medicine. They did not expect that a person whose leg nerves had been injured could recover so quickly. This situation was simply a medical miracle. However, we thought about how Ming's medical skills came from that mysterious person. Guan Shuimin was relieved. "Yushi, Ming, congratulations." Guan Shuimin smiled and said from the bottom of his heart, "Thank you." Ming smiled and said, "Uncle Guan, we have troubled you during this period of time. Ming, you're treating me like an outsider. Not to mention my relationship with Lu Weishan. You have helped Xiao Xiang so much. It is enough to take care of him." Guan Shuimin waved his hand and said, "I am just doing my duty. Your care for Xiao Xiang is the real deal. Guan Xiaoxiang, did you hear that? Uncle Guan still cares about you." Ming said, "That is why I gave your daughter the name Care. It is also to remind you to always care about your family. Actually, your career is not your contribution." I understand." Guan Xiaoxiang nodded. "Boss, actually, I just have some knot in my heart. I don't really hate my father. That's good." Ming knew that Guan Xiaoxiang needed to think things through slowly, so he did not try to persuade him anymore. Instead, he turned to Guan Shuimin and said, "Uncle Guan, today I will be taking Yushi away. Yushi and I are also here to say goodbye to you. I know, since your leg is healed, you naturally have to go back." Guan Shuimin was not too surprised. "But why don't you leave after lunch? I have already asked Annie Lu to prepare lunch. That is for sure. Even if you didn't ask, I would have stayed here for lunch," Ming said. At noon, Ming had a sumptuous lunch at Guan Shuimin's house. In the afternoon, he told Guan Xiaoxiang about some things and then left with Yushi. Ming didn't want to leave in such a hurry, but Ming really had a lot of things to do. He couldn't delay time. Sure enough, the KFC takeout ordered by Little Wong had been finished in the car. Ming and Yushi got in the car. Little Wong left 2 drumsticks and 2 cups of Coke and handed them to Ming and Yushi. He said, "Brother Yang, You and sister-in-law must be hungry on the road. Eat it. Okay. Yang Ming was not polite and took it. Brother Yang, where are we going now? Back to Songjiang City? Asked Little Wang. Let's go back now. Yang Ming nodded. Little Wang nodded, started the car, and went straight back to Songjiang City. These 2 days were the 2 most leisurely days for Yang Ming. He met with Zhang Bin, Tian Donghua, Bao Sanli, and Ho Jinhan. He also accompanied his wives to play at home for a few days. Then, he received a call from Dong Jun. Yang Ming, it's me, Dong Jun. Dong Jun's tone was a little rushed and a little low. Dong Jun, where are you? Why didn't you contact me when I came back these few days? Yang Ming knew that Dong Jun would call sooner or later, but he didn't expect Dong Jun's call to be so late. Let's not talk about this first. Yang Ming, I am exposed. Chapter 2268. As Dong Jun said this, he hesitated for a moment, then sighed. I'm hiding in a very safe place now, but Dr. Benjamin already knows that I betrayed him. Huh? Dr. Benjamin knows that you betrayed him? How is that possible? Yang Ming was stunned. I don't know. Dong Jun smiled bitterly and said, I don't know if it's the people around Elder Yu who made a mistake, or if it's my own problem. It's possible that there are also Dr. Benjamin's informants around Elder Yu. You know, Central is very powerful, and they have a lot of informants. You mean that Elder Yu knows that you helped me? Asked Yang Ming. It should be. It's possible that Dr. Benjamin's people are among Elder Yu subordinates. It's also possible that they are from Blue Miao Village. It's hard to say. Dong Jun said, After all, it's not a secret that I helped you in Blue Miao Village and Right Miao Village. I'm sorry to drag you into this. Yang Ming didn't expect Dong Jun to be exposed because of this. Before this, Yang Ming didn't think too much because, in his opinion, no matter how powerful Dr. Benjamin was, it was impossible for him to reach out to Elder Yu. But now, it seemed that he still underestimated him. Dr. Benjamin's people could enter the Supernatural Investigation Bureau and be placed in Blue Miao Village and Right Miao Village. What was impossible? Of course, this is just a guess. Dong Jun shook his head and said, It's not your fault. This is my own choice. Sooner or later, I will break up with him. It's just a matter of time. Moreover, it might not be just Blue Miao Village and Right Miao Village that made the mistake. As far as I know, in Songjiang City, Elder Yu doesn't only have me as a subordinate. He still has subordinates here, and his subordinates are targeting you. It's not too difficult to find out about me. Dr. Benjamin is really sinister. His informants are everywhere. Targeting me? Yang Ming was slightly stunned. Well, according to reliable sources, Dr. Benjamin is ready to start investigating you. He seems to think that you have superpowers, that is, psychic powers. He thinks that you should have some connection with Dr. Sun Sikong, so he decided to deal with you. He started with you to find some clues. Dong Jun said, If I'm not wrong, the day when Dr. Benjamin starts with you should not be far away. Dr. Benjamin, I haven't decided to deal with him yet, but he's already plotting against me. Yang Ming was furious. Does this Dr. Benjamin think he's awesome? Yang Ming only wanted to negotiate with him to let Dong Jun and Alice go, but he didn't expect Dr. Benjamin to target him. How could he let him live? As the saying goes, don't be afraid of a thief stealing, but be afraid of a thief remembering. Yang Ming had decided to live in seclusion in Island X. If he was remembered by Dr. Benjamin all day long and occasionally came to Island X to find trouble, then could Yang Ming still live in peace? Therefore, Yang Ming's only way was to kill this unstable factor. Since you want to deal with me, then fine, I will deal with you first. Of course, Yang Ming didn't think that Dong Jun would lie to him, because Yang Ming didn't doubt what Dong Jun said at all. Dr. Benjamin had indeed been looking for Dr. Sun Sikong and Suya. He wanted to find people related to Dr. Sun Sikong. Now that he suspected that Yang Ming had a connection with Dr. Sun Sikong, it was not too strange and outrageous to want to deal with Yang Ming and lure Dr. Sun Sikong out. Yang Ming, in fact, you don't have to worry. As long as you go to him and show your strength, then he won't dare to do anything to you. Dong Jun said, "You are now more powerful than Elder Yu." Dr. Benjamin also had the idea of capturing Elder Yu for research, but he didn't dare in the end because he was afraid that he would go for wool and come home shorn. So, I think that if Dr. Benjamin knows your strength, then he will never deal with you again. Oh, Yang Ming smiled faintly and said, "Originally, I did plan to do so, but now I have changed my mind. I decided not to reveal my trump card first. Since Dr. Benjamin wants to deal with me, then I will play with him. Didn't he want to deal with me? Then I will let him know the consequences of dealing with me." Oh, Dong Jun was stunned. He didn't expect Yang Ming to say such firm words. Dong Jun, in fact, I'm not trying to be brave and aggressive, but because Dr. Benjamin's thoughts threaten me. If I don't get rid of him, then he will definitely remember me. Even if he is not my opponent now. After some time, if he has the strength to deal with me, he will still come to deal with me. Yang Ming analyzed, and this is not the end of it. The most important thing is that I am fine, but what about the women around me? I can't be by their side to protect them all the time. They're also my family and my friends. If Dr. Benjamin can't deal with me, then what if he catches my family to threaten me? So, in the final analysis, killing him is my only choice. Okay, then let's do it. Dong Jun didn't expect Yang Ming to make such a decision. However, this was also a good thing for Dong Jun. It could eliminate all future troubles. As long as there was no threat from Dr. Benjamin and Central, Dong Jun would no longer worry about anything. He and Alice would be free. "Where are you? Should I go to you?" asked Yang Ming. "Wait until we meet, then we will discuss the specifics. I am currently in Las Vegas," said Dong Jun. "Oh, how did you go to Las Vegas?" Yang Ming was stunned. He didn't expect Dong Jun to go there. The last time Yang Ming went to perform a mission, he also went to Las Vegas. He was familiar with the situation there. Currently, the Southtown Casino and the Douglas Vast Hotel in Las Vegas were Yang Ming's properties. According to my secret investigation, Central's headquarters where Dr. Benjamin is located is near Las Vegas. From the beach of Las Vegas, there is an island in the high seas far away. That is Central's headquarters, Dong Jun said. "But I haven't found out the specific location of the island. But I have determined that Dr. Benjamin's men came ashore from the beach of Las Vegas." "That's good. You wait for me in Las Vegas. When I get to Las Vegas, I will contact you." "Is this still the same phone number?" asked Yang Ming. "No, I'm going to change my number. Although my phone number is still safe for now, it is estimated that Dr. Benjamin will monitor it soon. I will change my number to contact you," said Dong Jun. Chapter 2269. "That's good. I'll wait for your call." Yang Ming nodded and said, "I'll prepare for it in a few days." "Okay, I'll contact you again." After Dong Jun finished, he hung up the phone. Yang Ming took a deep breath. It seems that I have to end this period of only envying the couple and not the immortals. Finally, I have to face a new battle with high morale. Dong Jun's words also changed Yang Ming's previous thoughts. Perhaps this would be a fierce battle, but Yang Ming had no choice. He had to do this. This was his responsibility. For himself, for his family, for his friends, for his lover. In any case, he must fight against Central and Dr. Benjamin. Moreover, in this battle, only victory was allowed. Failure was not allowed. Yang Dahai and Mother Yang had settled in Wang Xiaoyan's villa next to Yang Ming's villa in the past few days. In the evening, when Mother Yang and Yang Ming came to eat, Yang Ming also announced his decision to the whole family. "Dad, Mom, wives, I have to go again," Yang Ming said, although he was somewhat helpless. "So soon?" Although Mother Yang had long known that Yang Ming was going to leave, she was still somewhat reluctant. "This child, he just came back for a few days, and he has to leave again. AI, Big Ming is going to do something serious, not to play. We should support him, right, Mingyan?" Yang Dahai was very open-minded, especially when he knew that no one could hurt Yang Ming now. Naturally, it was impossible to stop Yang Ming. "Yeah, Mom, Dad is right." Yang Ming is going to do something serious. This matter is solved. We can go to X Island without any trouble. Then, we don't have to worry about anything in the future. Chen Mingyan nodded in agreement. Well, since you all said so, then it is. But Big Ming, you must be careful, said Mother Yang. Don't worry, Mom. I will be careful. Yang Ming nodded and smiled. Right, before you leave, you have to visit Brother Lu Weishan. When are you going to leave? Asked Yang Dehai. Tomorrow morning, said Yang Ming. Then, you should visit tonight. Yang Dehai said. You have to go no matter what. All right, then I will go in a while, said Yang Ming. The whole family was together. After a happy dinner, Yang Ming drove to the family area of Songjiang Industry University. Xiaoqing also went with Yang Ming. As for the others, Yang Ming did not bring them. After all, it was not good to bring a big family. However, what Yang Ming didn't expect was that Lu Weishan actually had guests in his house. Sitting in the living room was a man who was about the same age as Lu Weishan, but slightly younger than Lu Weishan. He was about 40 or 50 years old. After Yang Ming saw them, he said, Godfather, Godmother, there are guests at home. Qing and I will go over there to visit second brother Lu Tianqi and second sister-in-law first. Don't bother. He is not an outsider. Lu Weishan waved his hand. This is your Aunt Chu's younger brother. You can call him Uncle Chu. Ah, it turns out to be a family member, Uncle Chu. Yang Ming quickly greeted. However, Xiaoqing apparently knew Aunt Chu's younger brother. She nodded politely to the man and smiled. Hello, Uncle. Yang Ming didn't expect Xiaoqing to know him. He made a mistake and smiled bitterly. But thinking about it, when he entered the house, he thought that there was a guest in his godfather's house. He didn't wait for Xiaoqing to speak, but he spoke first. He couldn't blame Xiaoqing. Qing is back. The man obviously knew Xiaoqing, but he looked at Yang Ming and asked, Sister, this is Sanhua. This is Yang Ming, the godson of your brother-in-law and me. He is also Qing's boyfriend. Chu Huifang introduced him to her younger brother. You can call him Big Ming. Hello, Big Ming. I have heard a lot about you. The man called Sanhua smiled politely at Yang Ming. However, Yang Ming could see that although this man was very gentlemanly, there was a trace of melancholy and helplessness between his eyebrows. Moreover, this person, as the younger brother of Chu Huifang and Aunt Chu, actually said, I have heard a lot about you, to Yang Ming. This made Yang Ming feel a little strange. After all, Aunt Chu's younger brother was Yang Ming's elder. How did it become, I have heard a lot about you? Seeing Yang Ming's doubts, Aunt Chu explained to Yang Ming, Big Ming, even if you didn't come today, I would take the initiative to trouble you tomorrow. My younger brother, Sanhua, really encountered some trouble. I want you to help me plead for mercy. You want me to help you plead for mercy? Yang Ming was even more confused, but since Aunt Chu spoke, Yang Ming still said, Aunt Chu, what is going on? What do you need me to help with? This. Chu Huifang's younger brother was a little embarrassed. After all, he was the one who asked for help. He was not familiar with Yang Ming, so he could only look at Aunt Chu for help. Let me say it. Aunt Chu felt sorry for her younger brother, but she felt even more sorry for her nephew, so she helped him speak. Sanhua and I are together. We both came from the countryside. I was admitted to university and later stayed in school to be a lecturer at Songjiang Industry University. Sanhua started from scratch in the nearby Songshan city. After a few twists and turns, he also built a large-scale group. He is considered a very famous person in Songshan city. The relationship between us is also very good. Yang Ming nodded and did not interrupt Aunt Chu. Yang Ming knew that Aunt Chu's introduction was actually to tell Yang Ming that her relationship with her younger brother was very good. If Yang Ming could help, he would try his best to help. Aunt Chu, he is your younger brother, just like my uncle. If there is anything, just say it. If I can do it, I will definitely help. Yang Ming said. Yeah, okay, then Sanhua, just tell the truth. Aunt Chu said to Chu Sanhua. Okay, big sister. Chu Sanhua nodded and said to Yang Ming, the matter is like this. My son met a girl 2 years ago. The two fell in love at first sight and soon fell in love. Although I wanted my son to find a suitable match for the daughter of a company's president, I was more open-minded. Seeing that my son liked her, I agreed. However, what I did not expect was that the girl's identity was not as low as I thought. Her background was unbelievably strong. After the girl gave her body to my son, she also told my son the truth. She came from a martial arts sect called the Ancient Sect, the Dark Knight Palace. That you're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.